y'all, it's Heather, and I'm so excited because it is time to show you my full eyeshadow palette collection. I love eyeshadow palettes. I have been buying and collecting and reviewing palettes for so long. This is not a declutter. Let me just say that right away. I love my makeup. I have makeup that is so old, but it has sentimental value to me. It has memories. I love eyeshadow, and I want to show you my entire collection. This is going to be a long one, so let's jump into it. This is one of the newest palettes to my collection. This is Tom Ford. This is the Olive Smoke palette. I bought this one recently. It was on sale. I've been wanting to try the brand. I think this is so pretty. I love the green, like I love the olive. And typically with these collection videos, I've done where I'm going like by brand, and we may do that in a bit, but I have a lot of palettes kind of scattered around. I really need to clean my beauty room, so I'm gonna kind of pull palettes just here and there as I go so that I can clean and organize. And we love the chaotic vibes anyways, right? I will link all the palettes too that I talk about if I can. If I have any affiliated codes with any brands, I'll try to pop those on the screen. I'll try to be as helpful as possible. But yeah, this is my one and only Tom Ford quad. Very, very beautiful. This is the only palette that I have from REM, and oh my gosh, it's amazing. Like, first of all, this packaging is so beautiful. So this is the newest collab with Wicked for Good, the second Wicked movie, or the second half, whatever you want to say. Look at these beautiful butterflies. Like, this packaging is just so beautiful. And then inside, the color story is stunning. This is a perfect neutral with a twist palette for me, because you have the neutral shades, right? But we have the greens. We have enough mattes, light mattes, deep mattes, mid-tone mattes. We have dark shimmers, light shimmers. We have neutral shimmers that are more cool, like a silver, but we also have the gold. This is just so good. This is so good. This is the surprise palette for me this year, because looking at it online, like, I knew I wanted to buy it. I thought it looked so pretty, but I just didn't expect the formula to be this good. Honestly, it's y'all, like, this is gonna be really high in my palette ranking this year. I do a palette ranking every single year where I rank all the palettes I've tried from best to worst. So definitely subscribe if you don't want to miss out on that. This is a new palette that I bought from Mob. Let me look. This is the Late Night palette. I'm like, what is the name? They do these shadows where you can like pop them out, customize them, move them around, put in different shadows if you want. But this was like a pre-made palette that I bought, and it's really pretty. Like, you see why I bought it. Like, the colors called to me. And a lot of these newer palettes I have not posted tutorials or videos with yet. Some of them I'm still in the process of reviewing, but yeah, this one's really, really cool. I liked how it had two like olivey green shades, and then it had two neutral shades. These are quite cool in tone, especially for me, but I just thought they were so pretty. So I wanted to try these. I wanted to try out their powder shadows. If you have any Mob palettes or single shadow shades in their powder formula that you love, definitely let me know, because I've had a lot of fun like exploring the brand this year. I've made several purchases of like blushes and lip liners and things like that. This is the year that I finally bought a Byredo palette, and I have used this. I think it is stunning, but I don't think I've actually used this on my channel. I've just been using it kind of in my free time, like non-filming time. Look at this color story though. Like, oh, it's so yummy. I couldn't pass this up. And now that I have this and I've used this, I so regret not buying these palettes in years past, because this is beautiful luxury formulas with pigment, with payoff. So stunning. Like I said, I've been using this a ton, just not when I'm filming. So if you want me to film something with this, if you want to see looks, let me know. I really look at this palette. I think it's beautiful, but I see it as almost two 9-pan palettes. Like, if you cover up this side, you have this cool side right over here. Like, all of these tones are more cool, very pretty, light and deep shades in both. And then over here, we have the very warm side, right? So it's like a warm and a cool all in one, but somehow the shades all work together to really pretty. Like these two may look similar, but this one obviously very icy, this one much more warm. Same with the brown shades. Like, I don't know, this is just a really pretty palette, and like I'm already preparing myself to buy the next one in this size that they launch, because yeah, I like it that much. Like, it's expensive, it's so expensive, but I'm having so much fun with it. I love the luxurious packaging. I love the mirror that stands. I always point that out about Natasha Denona palettes, and I love that about this palette too. I don't know, did you buy this one? It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. I love it. Let's keep working through this stack of palettes that I have out before I go in and pull out some of the older ones. This is the Melt Edward Scissorhands palette. I have videos on so many of these palettes, all of the new ones, of course, but this is a really pretty color story. This was a really fun collection. Definitely had some hits and misses in the collection for me, but I wanted to play with it more before I come back like with my final review, so you'll definitely see this in my year-end ranking. So I love the embossings in the pan. I really love the packaging of this one. Like the packaging on this is so special. I don't know. It's so cool how it, like the snowflakes fall. I'm like, let me stand that up so some of them can fall more. There you go. There you go. Now you can see. But really pretty color story. This shade is like a glitter topper, pressed glitter-esque type of color, but we also have the Welcome to Dairy palette. I bought this one. I don't love it or whatever, so I put a sticker over it to make it more me, you know, because like who cares, it's my palette. So I put that little sticker over it, and then on the inside I did the same thing too. Like I put a little cat sticker. I've actually never seen the movie, so if you're a fan, I'm sorry, please don't be mad at me. This is a beautiful color story. This is a very warm, and I did show comparisons in the video where I'm doing like on the Melt Edward Scissorhand collection, but I love these more warm tones. I love this too. This green shade, actually, when I put it on my skin, it looks almost gray because it's such like a contrast. It doesn't pull like that green color that you see in the pan on me, but this, honestly, I love both of these palettes. Like, I'm definitely not a person who's like, oh, I'm olive warm leaning, so I can only wear these colors. No, I wear what I want to wear when I want to wear it, and I like warmer tones best, but that doesn't mean I don't love and wear my cool tone shades. So these two palettes are new from Melt in my collection recently. I'll also pull my Crown Legacy. I have like a little stack of palettes that I'm like, okay, I've used these, I've swatched these, but I really kind of want to use them a little bit more before I review. So Glaminatrix is an Australian-based indie brand, but I do know that they have a shipping center in the US as well, and they're available on Monolith in the EU, and this palette is actually a collaboration with Monolith. I have a code with Glaminatrix. It's Heather if you're ever shopping their site. Like I said, I will pop up the codes for the brands that I have codes with as we go along, but I did want to let you know that this is available at Monolith too, and I do have a code with them if you're shopping their site. This is a pretty color story. This is different for what I have from Glaminatrix in terms of like, we have these cooler shades over here. We have a mix of these like cool olives and blues. It's quite cool in tone, especially on me. It's very pretty though. I've really liked using the shimmer shades. I think they're absolutely beautiful. And yeah, the look that I created that I love the most was using these purple tones. I think this is a palette for me that I've enjoyed creating more simple looks with. I think it's super pretty. This is Nomad Cosmetics, and I'm gonna do my best to say this. Christkindlmarkt. Listen, if you're watching me and you speak German, please forgive me for how I'm sure I just did horribly saying that name. But look at this. Is this not perfect for the season? Is this not perfect for the season? Like, ugh, I wish I could be there right now. And then we have this really beautiful color story inside. So this palette is Christmas themed, of course, right? Like, obviously, we have red and green, but that doesn't mean you have to do a red and green look year round. You can. You can do whatever you want to. Of course you can. But this palette is a year-round palette. I love that they gave us some neutral shades, so those of us that love neutral can have our neutral moment looks. And we have our colorful shades, so those of us that love color can have our colorful looks. We have beautiful shifting shadows in here. I know that the tutorial that I uploaded with this one, I'm doing a very simple look, playing with these greens. So it is kind of colorful, but very soft and subtle. And I honestly really felt great in that look. This shade right here, you can probably tell this one has the most wear in the pan. I do try like to jump around and not mess up the embossings when I'm going in with my brush, because I want to keep those pristine as long as possible. But this shade is so beautiful. It definitely has the most wear on it. Let's look at Simply Posh Gingerbread Bakery. So this again is a holiday themed palette, but this is a pastel-y palette from Simply Posh. This one I created a look that had like a pop of like peach and mint, and really liked that look. But I will say the pastel-y shades, I do feel like I had to build up a bit. But I want to use this palette again and use a white base and see if maybe it was just me, maybe if it was just the times that I played with it, and put it on top of a white base and see if I can get those to pop a bit more. But the quality is very beautiful, especially in these duochrome shades. I like that they took it this very like whimsical theme. I just think that's so fun and beautiful. I love that all these shades you can pop out, mix with your other Simply Posh palettes if you want to. The gingerbread, like gingerbread men printed on the pan, really pretty palette. Next I'm going to pull in my Oden's Eye palette. This is a holiday palette, Ice Crystal. Again, we're seeing that kind of whimsical wintry theme. I love when Oden's Eye like switches up the sizes of their palettes. I think that just, it's so fun to me, and it gives variety to the brand where things don't feel boring. I'm just always excited about what Oden's Eye is gonna do. They're just a brand that really, they make me happy. They really make me happy. So this palette is obviously like a pastel colorful palette. I definitely get the wintry, like whimsical inspiration here. I love that we have white. I love that we have this like really light blue. They're very beautiful. These are great quality pastel shades, and I just I love Oden's Eye. These two deep shades are quite similar to one another, so do keep that in mind. That's why I say, like, when I look at this palette, to me it is a pastel palette. Even though we do have these two deep shades, it does give some options, but overall when I'm reaching for this palette, I'm reaching for the pastels. I've also reached for this a few times just for like two shimmers, like a shimmer all over as a one and done, and then one of these brighter shimmers like as a pop on the inner corner. It's a really beautiful palette. I like this one a lot. I mean, I really like Oden's Eye, so what can I say? I've got another new palette here. This is another holiday palette, of course, Festive Elegance from DeDe Signature. This is definitely a Christmas color story, and again, you don't have to wear the red and green together, so it's a year-round color story, but I love that they really took it there and had fun with this. I think the greens are so beautiful, the reds are vibrant, and then we have these brown shades. This is really more like a purpley brown. I mean, it's pretty purple, but it is like a subtle purple. That makes sense? That makes sense in my head, at least. Beautiful shimmer shades. This is a really pretty palette from DeDe Signature. Okay, let me correct myself. I've been told that it's not DeDe, it's DeDe, and I have been saying DeDe for so long. So if I say it wrong in this video, I am sorry. I am trying, but I really like this yellow. You can kind of see like the yellow I've used probably more than the other shades, but yeah, this will be in my palette ranking too once I've played with it some more, gotten more of like a feel for it. I really like to test and test and test before I just like give you my review. I've had my ColourPop in Shrek sitting out because I was using this one and I needed to put it with my other ColourPop palettes, but since it's out, let's go ahead and talk about this one. So ColourPop and Shrek. This is a good palette. I, of course, would have loved to seen more than 3 greens. I mean, this one is kind of like a green brown duochrome, so yeah, I'll count that as a green too. But I also get that not everybody wants to go like full on Shrek like I do. So I like this. I do think it's pretty. I think that the shimmers are pretty. I like that we get some kind of like duochrome-esque shades. I think this is a nice palette from ColourPop. It's not my favorite palette from ColourPop, but I'm not regretting my purchase at all. I couldn't pass it up. I bought everything from the Shrek collection. I couldn't help myself. Like, I have no excuses. I bought it all. This is the newest Lethal palette to my collection. I'll definitely show you all of my Lethal palettes in just a bit because I have been a customer of Lethal for years and I was so excited. This is the first palette Lethal sent to me. This is since their new rebrand, which I think is so fun and cool. Look at this color story. Like, that's a good color story. That is creative and unique and fun, and I'm so here for it. I really liked my video on this. Like, I was really proud of that one. I really like the look that I created. I love purple and green together. I think it's so fun and pretty, and I don't know, I love it. But I love that this palette, like, we do have some beautiful neutrally shimmers. I actually really like having this kind of peachy shade to help me blend out some of these deeper shades. Really beautiful. I like that one so much. And then the newest palette from Fantasy Cosmetica, the Artificer, I don't know, listen, I don't get to game like this. I don't get to, but I think this is such a beautiful color story. Do you see it? I have a tutorial filmed. I don't know if you've seen this yet by the time I'm posting this video, because I tried to like film this collection video over several days, if not weeks, to work on it so that I have time, because it's always a long one and I want to be able to like talk to y'all about the palettes. So this palette, really beautiful. I don't know, if I haven't posted my look with this, it will be coming because I did film a tutorial that I love. I really like that we get these 3 matte shades with the like medium depth level and then a deep dark shade, and then in the shimmers we have light, dark, mid-tone. We have a split pan here with Alchemy Alloy, beautiful. This acid edge shade, oh my gosh, forget about it. Like, it's so pretty. I don't need to talk on and on about it. You'll see it, or you have seen it, how much I love this. Like, it's a 9 pan, and they really, I just gotta show you again. It's so pretty. Like, it is so pretty. This palette just arrived. I want to include it. It is the Dead Cute palette from Unearthly. You see, like, I have not even touched this. I have not swatched this, nothing. This is so pretty, right? And I feel like this is very, like, this is the new updated version of Vitality. So when we get to Unearthly, I'm actually gonna set this aside because I want to show it next to Vitality. Actually, let me just do that now. Okay, I grabbed Vitality, and I know this is a little scattered, but let me know with these videos. I typically do like minimal editing, talking, sharing my thought process, little chaotic vibes, just really chill and relax so we can just have fun with these palettes. So let me know if that's okay with you, and I can definitely keep that in mind next year if you're like, no, I want this quicker, more sped up. But years and years ago, I had Vitality from Unearthly, and this is a beautiful color story. This is their rainbow palette, right? They did these smaller pans, and we know that everybody loved this one. Everybody loved this one, and we're just waiting for Unearthly to bring this back. I need to adjust my camera because I want you to be able to see. Yeah, they gave us an updated version, right? This one's been gone for a long time. So if you missed out on this one, look, Dead Cute. Look at her. Like, look at this. This is so pretty. There we go. I tried to adjust a bit so that we could kind of fit it all in, because these are kind of larger palettes. Look at this though. So they kind of streamlined it. We do have like one less row. Again, this one's been gone for years and years. So if you missed out, I mean, I don't know. I have not touched, I haven't even swatched it yet. It just came, so I'm wanting you to see, but like, oh, these look beautiful. We've talked about some high-end and some indies, so let me pull in some drugstore really quick for you. These are palettes from Flower Beauty. I actually used to have all of these from the line because they had like a coastal one and something else, but I ended up giving those away to somebody else who would like those like colors and those tones more years ago. So I want to show you the ones that I've kept. My favorite being Jungle Lights. I don't think Flower Beauty is going to be around anymore. I can't remember. Maybe they already closed, so I don't know if you can get these. If you can, I will definitely link them or use YouTube Shopping, things like that. If you ever use my links, even if you just click on my links, thank you so much. I really do appreciate you. It helps me out a lot to keep making these videos. But this is my favorite. This is like indie metallic wet singles, and they are higher priced for a drugstore palette. I believe these were priced at $19 when I bought these, maybe $17, but really beautiful. I like these shades a lot, and I guess that one was so successful that they brought out more. And honestly, these were like their star products from the whole Flower line, in my opinion. So Desert Lights right here is very like peachy and pinky and rose golds and beautiful. And then which one is, I'm like, what is it? Garden Lights. Okay, I'm like, I could see, but I'm like, I can't read it upside down. So this one, we do have beautiful neutral tones, kind of more cool overall, but really beautiful. These were great quality palettes from Flower. I don't know about the brand though. I feel like maybe Drew Barrymore just kind of like lost the passion for it. I've waited long enough. I can talk about my collab palettes now, right? These are the same palette, okay? Same palette, just Adept brought it back and updated the packaging after it had been gone for a while. This is my collaboration with Adept, the Heather Austin palette. Of course, I have several of these, and this one I think is the one that probably looks in the best shape. This is probably like one of the newer ones that I had been using. I do have one that's brand new that I haven't touched, but you know, I have that like in a special place. This was a dream come true for me. Like, if you're new here, hi, I'm Heather. When Adept reached out to me, I was crying. I was shaking. This was everything. It was everything I wanted it to be. It's exactly what I wanted. Every single shade, everything. Yeah, I tell Adept all the time, like, they'll have no idea what this palette means to me. So I love that. And then just with the updated newer packaging, I'm so thankful that Adept brought this back and they kept it around for so long. Like, they were so awesome about it, y'all. And so this is the newest one of the new ones. So I constantly take this traveling with me. I constantly use this when I'm not filming. I love it. I use it all the time. I mean, you can see, like I say, this is my newer one, and it's still pretty used, but it's a lot more clean. It's a lot more clean because I recently took this with me on a trip and I cleaned it up before I went on that trip. So yeah, I'm like, I can't even go on and on. I'm gonna sit here like crying through a palette video. That's not fun to watch, but it's beautiful. If you have this palette, you will definitely have to let me know down in the comments. I would love to hear if you got your hands on this one. And after that, about a year and a half after that palette, I got to work with Unearthly and bring out Resurgence, my Heather Austin and Unearthly collab. This one, like, look, I really should have cleaned the cover before I sat down. Like, I have a makeup remover wipe because I just noticed, like, how dirty this is. This is actually the one that I am currently using, the one that's in, like the Adept ones that I'm using, that I'm taking with me traveling, that I'm using all the time. Like, this is so, it makes me so happy. I do have a fresh new one, of course, but this one is my newest one that I'm using. I just didn't want to come on here and be like, here are the new ones that I keep pristine, like, put away. No, like, I have one that's much more used than this, that holds like, but this one too, I've recently cleaned up because I was recently using this one, and you can still see like so many dips in the pan, but I wanted to show y'all. I want to show y'all my used makeup. There's something so beautiful and like I don't know, there's something I love about seeing used makeup that's not like perfect too. As much as I love to see a perfectly new palette, I love to see a palette that's been used too. I mean, obviously you can see I reach for these shades a lot. And then I just, yeah, it was a dream come true because not only did I get to launch this palette, but also a highlighter duo and a lip gloss. And yeah, so proud of this one. So many great memories. If you have this one, please do let me know down in the comments. You can leave me a little beetle emoji. I have a bin of palettes that's been sitting out in my room because I was pulling them for some comparisons and looking at different things, different videos, and I need to put them back in their rightful place. So this is going to be a stack of random seeming palettes. So this is Galactic Visitor. This is the first palette launched from my besties brand. This is Singe Beauty, owned by Angelica Nyqvist. Galactic Visitor. I love the artwork on this palette. I love, like this, I just love it. Like I love the theme, the UFO abducting the cowgirl. Like it's just so cool. And then opening it up, it's so beautiful. Like that was my attempt at like angels singing, you know what I'm talking about, you know. So these, I'm like, Heather, stop. These warmer tones over here, so pretty. This layout, it pleases me. That's all I can say. Like having these dark shades all together right here, like I just love that. It makes me so happy. Having these kind of blue tones at the bottom, love. This is very cool tone, almost a gray shade. So pretty. This yellow. It's just a beautiful palette. It is a beautiful palette. Such a fun theme, such a fun palette. And I mean, listen, I love my bestie, right? Like, so proud, so excited about that one. I have my Trove palette from Blend Bunny set out. So this is a quad. Blend Bunny did this. I don't think this one's around anymore, but if it is, this is a cute quad with 4 multi-chrome shades in there from Blend Bunny. I thought this was really smart. I know multi-chromes are quite expensive to produce, so the fact that they did like a mini palette, I thought that was a great idea. Sigma is a favorite brand of mine. I really love Sigma. I think they make beautiful palettes, and their formulas are very flattering formulas. If you have texture on your lids, they are beautiful. Never have trouble blending, never have trouble getting pigment, but very soft. And then you can build, and again, just very flattering texture. So this is their Cool Neutral palette. And I love this palette. First of all, I love the inserts that Sigma does. I always love those. This palette to me is cool neutrals, but not boring. It's not a palette of taupe and gray. They did so good because yes, we have a yellow and a shade that's like a peach, but it's on the cool end of yellow, not the warm end. It's on the cool purple side, not like a purple berry. It's beautiful. I love this. When I saw this palette, I was like, yes, Sigma gets it. That cool is not just gray and taupe, but it is so many things. And I just love this. Like, I love this. This is, I'm like, this is my favorite cool toned palette, like cool neutral palette in my collection. Maybe, because it's so good. It's so pretty, and I love that we have mattes and shimmers and metallics. Sigma always does really great about like mixing up their formulas. There is a brush that comes here, but I keep all my brushes together. I don't keep them in their palette. I keep them with my brushes, but the brushes in Sigma palettes are always really great quality. This is Arttitude from Clionadh. This is the one that they brought last year. I know that they had this palette years and years ago, and I missed it then. I missed out on them then, and when they brought these back, I was so happy. So this is a pretty color story. They're single shadows. We'll talk about those too. I'll put those in this video too because I want to talk about makeup, but they're just so good. Very beautiful. The quality in here is amazing. I love all of these. I've reviewed it. I did so many looks with this. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Let me go get the other palettes that fit in this line. Okay, I grabbed the other ones. So we have Arttitude there. let's look at Paleo. So this was another one that they brought back and kind of revamped and updated and everything. So again, I love Clionadh. This color story is up my alley way more than the others. There's something about warm neutrals with blues. It's just beautiful. Okay, like there is a reason that for years we kept seeing neutrals with a pop of blue. It's because it's beautiful. Like, it's because it's beautiful. And this is definitely not neutral with a pop of blue. I wouldn't say that. I would say it's very much like half neutral, half blue. Oh, it's so pretty. So let me show you these two together. Okay, so there are those two kind of like sisters to one another, right? I'm gonna slide this out of the way and bring in like the new one that they brought out when they brought those two back was Oceano? I don't, Oceano? I think I've always said it Oceano, but actually when I'm looking at it, I'm like, that's not what that says, Heather. Oceano? Listen, does it matter? No. Okay, this... This is my favorite. This is my favorite of the three because you can't tell me anything with an olive this murky, a coral this bright, a turquoisey blue. Like, please. This color story is so interesting and fun. And we have this formula in undertow that I really like that's like, it's more than a satin but less than a shimmer. It's something very special. I really, like, I love this one. I love all three. Like, listen, don't get it twisted. I love all three. But if I had to play favorites, it would be this one. Let me zoom you out so I can put all three of these together. Okay, I had to zoom you out so much that I'm trying to, like, not to get the glare of the light so that you can actually see these. Is that not pretty? Like, oh, it's so pretty. It's so pretty. Which one do you like best? Like, just off the color story. I love Oceano. So I would say, like, if I'm ranking them, it would have to go like this one number 3, this one number 2, this one number 1. Nabla side by side. I think they still make this palette. I think they do. Let me show you. This is a really pretty neutral palette because this neutral palette gives you some variety in the tones. We definitely have some peachy shades over here. Neutral, like very neutral. And then we have some cool neutral shades too. This shade definitely is the one that I got the most use out of. I think you can tell I've really dipped into that one. This is the only Nabla palette in my collection, and I thought this one was really nice, but none of their other palettes ever really called to me. Oh no, I need to clean off. That's the hard thing about filming on a white table. I get makeup everywhere, but I thought this was really beautiful, but I have not reached for this one. And so I mean, it's very old, like maybe I shouldn't, but it's pretty, right? This one may still be available. I think it's pretty, but Nabla, they don't do a whole lot of palettes. Okay, also in that pile of palettes, I had Just a Taste. This is an Unearthly palette that, if you haven't seen this one, wait, like where have you been? Look at this. This is one of my favorite palettes from Unearthly of the new palettes that they've done, because I'm definitely going to show you some like older palettes, but this one launched last year, and this is one of my favorite of her newer palettes. Her being Unearthly. So this is stunning. I mean, what can I say? I love everything about it. I love the red, the orange, the purple, the yellow, the olives, like, I can't even break it down more than that because, like, I love everything about it. I love the theme. I love the colors. It's a good one, you know? Like, what can I say that it doesn't say for itself? Let's go through a few of my smaller palettes that are new to my collection this year. I have these set aside so that I will not forget to put them in my ranking. They're so small, I don't want them to get like missed, so I'm keeping them kind of separate. This is YSL, this is Unexplored Garden. I don't know if this launched this year. I'm gonna have to see. I can't remember off the top of my head, but it's new to my collection this year, and I was so pleasantly surprised. This was my first time and is the only YSL palette I have, so my first time trying YSL shadows. This is a beautiful sparkly white with green sparkle to it, like almost duochrome-esque, but almost topper-esque depending on how you use it. Really beautiful satiny shimmer. 2 very beautiful shades. Like, I didn't expect to like this as much as I do. I really, really, really love this one. I've got 2 quads here from Clionadh. The Garland and Garden palette. They're both called Garland and Garden. I don't know if they have another name, but this one is peachy, orangey, red tones, really, really beautiful in their kind of square pan format. And then we have this more green one. So we have a couple of green shades. This copper shade, I think, complements these greens really well. Very, very beautiful. I also like the packaging that Clionadh gave us for these. I think those are, like, they're so cute, right? Like, they're so cute. Urban Decay Moondust Quad. So this was the quad that they launched at Sephora this year, their new Moondust shades. I bought it the day it launched because last year's quad sold out so fast. So this is the new one. You know, let me go grab my one from last year. This is the one they launched last year. This one is no longer available, but this was like based on the Space Cowboy shade. So this one is the one for 2025. This one was for 2024. This one they launched as an Ulta exclusive. It's a great palette, but I don't like this packaging. I don't mind them doing something creative and fun. I'm here for it. But I don't know if this was the creative and fun that I wanted. So I'm like, I hear myself saying it, right? Like, give us something fun and different. But no, not like that. I love this simple packaging right here, the acrylic. But this was an Ulta exclusive. Well, exclusive to like the Urban Decay site and Ulta. This was a Sephora exclusive. But this one was cool in that you got some extra shades. You know, like you got a couple of matte shades. So that was something a little bit different here. Let me leave it open so that you can kind of see these together. And then these were 2023's quads, I think. I like these. I'm very happy with my purchase of these. They're discontinued, doesn't make this one anymore. This one is the Moondust Galactic Cowgirl. I much prefer this packaging though. Like, it's so compact and nice. This one is Space Rider. So this one, these two launched together. I believe it was 2023, but it's a great value if you like the Urban Decay Moondust shadows. So there's that little collection of Urban Decay. I was going to say quads, but this one isn't a quad. I bought two of the new Hourglass quads. This is my first time trying Hourglass. And yeah, I have a whole video on it. So I have the Futurist here, these really like peachy neutral tones. The packaging is a little flimsy. It's okay, but I don't like absolutely love it. And then the Expressionist here. Both of these are very neutral, but cute. I did say that you can get the same thing from Sigma, in my opinion. But if you love Hourglass, you will probably like these. I think they're pretty. This one is all like very soft satiny type shimmer. This one with the matte and the kind of shimmery metallic mix. Really, I mean, they're cute. Like, there's nothing wrong with these. They're just pretty pricey. I have a little palette here from Fille. This one is so tiny, right? I was excited to try the shadows from the brand though. Salty Caramel is the name of this one. Like, it's just not my personal preference in terms of the shade selection, right? They're all very light. And we have one shimmer. So if this is your perfect color story and you like very soft buildable type shadows, you could really like this. It's just not like something that I'm reaching for, but I will put it in my year-end palette ranking for sure. We have 5 shades and they're all very light shades. I've got another kind of mini palette here from Blend Bunny. This is in collaboration with May. I love this. I love this whole collection. But this is a palette of 6 iridescent shades. So topper-like shades, iridescent, they really transform. I mean, I have a video on this collection, so you can definitely check that out. If you're curious about this palette, you can kind of see the shifts in the mirror a little bit better there. Like, you can see the color variety. But this is a complement to the all matte palette. But I have this set aside with my little minis. I love this one. I love it. It's so beautiful. This is a palette from Unleashia. I want to say maybe it is Unleashia. Yeah. Anyways, Glitterpedia, and this is number 1. All of glitter. I'm like, I know there's several like this, so I want to make sure I get the name right. This is beautiful. This is a glitter palette. So you definitely have some pressed glitter shades in here, and then you have some beautiful shimmer sparkle topper-esque kind of like putty type formulas. Really pretty. I really enjoyed trying some things from the brand this year. I bought like this. I bought the shadow sticks. I bought several things from this brand. Really have enjoyed testing it out. I'm always loving testing, trying new things. So if you're looking like new makeup, old makeup, all kinds of makeup reviews, my channel is the place to be. If you want to subscribe, I would love to have you. But yeah, I bought this and a bunch of other things from the brand. And I would definitely love to try maybe some more shadows from them. This, like I said, it's more of a collection of single sparkly shadows. Let's look at my Denona Matrix palette. This is the Freedom palette. This is the mini pastel palette that she launched this year. So it's part of her new system. So I have the mini pastel right there. I know this one sold out really quickly at Sephora, but I think they brought it back. This is the palette from last year, Lightwork, the Freedom palette. I'm not going to go through the packaging and all because we'll be here forever if I keep talking about my love for the brand. But this, amazing. Colorful, beautiful, amazing. So this year she brought us her new one. I'm not going to do side-by-side comparisons because I do have a full video on this one, like in depth, all of these. But this one is the 2025 version. So there, we can put those kind of side by side there. You can see she did much more like neutral toned down color story, but still like lots of pops of color. All of these you can interchange. And the other, let's see, the Groundwork palette. Groundwork Blooming Romance. So this is another palette I have from her. You can change these out with the system too. They're magnetic pans. You have like a cream and a powder. So this is her pinky palette right here. And actually I did buy her first one, Groundwork. Let me go grab it. I actually just bought this one. Let me pull like, oh, it's still got the little protective sticker on the top. There we go. This is Groundworks. This is not new. This was her first one. Whoops, I've got it upside down. There we go. So I just wanted this one. I'm like, I like the other one. I like to have it. I like to have it to change things out. We have pinky tones here and we have the neutrals here. And then this is the Lightwork I Am palette. This is also full of like sparkly special shades. I'm like, let me give my camera a minute to catch up, but I love the new format of her sparkly palettes. Like, love, love. Let's take a look at all of my Natasha Denona mini palettes. I have not all of them. Definitely not. I have a couple of new ones for this year. This is the Mini Gloom palette. This one is really pretty. Like, I love this. I think Natasha Denona did such a good job with this one. It's very cool, earthy, brown, olivey shades with these beautiful shimmers. I'm so pleased with this one. It made me so excited to see her launch this one this year because we've had so many more neutral leaning ones from her. This is the Mini Eye Sculpt. This one, I can't remember if it launched at the end of last year or at the beginning of this year. So this one is inspiring like her new larger palettes that I'll definitely show you coming up. But this is the Mini Eye Sculpt. It's neutral shades, really pretty. This one I have taken traveling with me, and it actually has been one that I've been reaching for. I used to take this one with me because not for these three shades, for this light cream shade and the black, and now I take this one instead. So I can use like, I won't say can, because I can use whatever I want, right? But I find myself reaching for these shades more than I would ever use these. This is a beautiful silver, but I just don't ever really use those two gray colors. So this one has kind of replaced it. It's warmer, which I like a lot better. But this one right here is the Mini Xenon palette. Here is the Mini Crush palette next to the Mini Love palette. I do have a code with Natasha Denona. It's Heather if you're ever shopping her site. Sometimes you can get a better deal when she's running a sale shopping her site. And sometimes you can get a better deal at different retailers like Ulta or Sephora or something like that. So it all just depends, or sometimes she'll launch them at different places at different times. But I just wanted to let you know that. So you can see, like, these are quite different. I know when they first launched, they were being compared a lot to each other, and I can see why, but this one's definitely more cool, whereas this one is definitely more warm. I'm getting shadowed like all over my desk. That's okay. This is my first mini palette, the Mini Lila palette from Natasha Denona. This is the first mini that I ever bought from her. And I still think this one is really, really pretty. I love like the mix of tones. I love the mix of textures. I mean, with the 5-pan palette, there's only so much variety you can have, but when she does it, like she does it so well. And I do feel like there's good variety and I can create several different types of looks. I think that one's really nice. This is the mini bronze. Yes, mini bronze. I love these types of tones. I think this one is really pretty. I do like when we have 2 shimmers and 3 mattes in the mini palettes. That is my personal preference, but I do like that one. This one is the mini nude. So let me open this one up for you because this one I really like. I just like the mix of tones in here. I love the light, the deep. Let me actually kind of get all of the more neutral ones together so that you can see, as I'm kind of pulling these out, you can see them side by side if you want to. This is the mini Biba. Some of them I have to check the name, some of them I know. So this is mini Biba. Definitely more pinky, peachy leaning right here. I'm gonna move these kind of out of the way. And let's do the mini My Dream. So this one, of course, she has like a full-on My Dream palette. You can see that one later because I buy everything Natasha does. I'm a fan. I am a hardcore fan of Natasha Denona. So I'm always gonna be buying what she's putting out. Let me just go ahead and open them all, even if I'm not putting them all in the frame. Like, it's just gonna make me much happier while I do this. Here is the mini Trio Chrome. So the Trio Chrome palette is one of my favorite palettes. We'll get to that. I just want to do all the minis together because much different price point, much different selection, right? So the mini Trio Chrome is all blue, whereas the full-on Trio Chrome is not monochromatic, but I get why she did this because it does definitely add something to the Trio Chrome collection. This one right here, is this the mini pastel? Yes, it is. It's the mini pastel. And this to me is not for a look on its own. For me and how I like to do my makeup, it's more of like a collection of singles and paired with the pastel palette. I love it that way because I do love my pastel palette. So I'm gonna put that one right there. And I actually did just get in this one right here. This is the mini Star palette. I did not have this one and I really wanted this in my collection. Look, isn't that pretty? I'm excited to use it. I think this is really beautiful. I've been wanting this one for a long time. So we have a deep brown, a peach, like just look at these colors. These are so pretty. So as we talk and as I go through this video, most of the palettes in this video I did purchase myself. Some of them were sent to me from the brand. This is the only thing, this and 2 eyeliners are the only things I've ever gotten from Natasha Denona. The rest I've purchased myself. So I did want to say that to let you know. Let's take a look at my Adept Cosmetics collection. Now I do, if you're wondering, how do I store all my makeup? I have a room tour. I will link that in the description box for you. I'll also try to do a pinned comment with everything I can. But yes, if you are curious about how I store these all, definitely go watch that video because I'll take you all around my beauty room. Since you've already seen my collab with Adept, we will just jump right in because I have that in a separate place where I can use it regularly along with my Unearthly collab. So let's start here. This is Minka. This is Minka Remastered. I'm going to push that over to the side because I did so in my video on this palette, compare it to the original Minka, but I'll go ahead and show it here now. So this was Minka that launched years and years and years ago. Adept updated it to match the formulas they like now, but it's kind of, it's not a direct copy at all. Adept could have named this something else if they wanted to, I think, but Minka, like, they brought back the fan fave. This is the Seahorse palette, new for this year. I ordered this one. I had to, like, it's so beautiful. I think it's so beautiful. Let me pull my original Seahorse palette right here. I love that Adept brought this one back too. Not dupes. I do have like side-by-side swatches of these two also here on my channel, but I love. Like, I love an all shimmer sparkle palette. I do. I think it's so great to have to mix and match with other palettes or to use as one and dones. Emo is new for this year. This is a beautiful color story. It's very cool in tone. Very pretty though. I absolutely love this one. This shade right here, so stunning. Stop. Don't play with me. Like, I'll take it 1,000 times. I'll wear it over and over. It's so beautiful. And then this one is our EBE palette. Extra biological entities. Like, I am so here for it. Look at that. This is so beautiful. This one, in my video using this palette, I showed comparisons to my palette, these shades specifically, and this one is much more cool than my collab with them. Very, 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 very beautiful palette. Here is their newest palette. At least it's the newest one at the time that I'm filming. This is RH Null. Oh man, I love it. I love it. Like, these two shades together, stop. Don't play with me. It's beautiful. It's stunning. I have fingerprints all over mine. I could probably clean those off. House of L. So this one is based on Superman, right? So you have all these really cool shades. Absolutely love this one. I would love to see Adept bring back House of L. I just love it. I love all the pans are magnetic. Adept was really like ahead of the game doing that with their palettes and labeling them. This is the Amunet palette. Oh, so pretty. I love this one too. And I love the Egyptian like mythology theme. You see the names like, yes, I love it. Anubis, Thoth, Horus, Seth. Like, I really love that one. These are all old and discontinued. The ones that I'm showing you here in this format. Here I have Ninhydrin. Isn't that one pretty too? I really, really love. This is the updated version because I definitely had an older version than this one. But next I have Kodan. This one is seriously underrated and it's silver like metallic packaging. So my camera is like trying to focus on it. I hope you can see it okay. But I love this. Back when Adept did these older pans, like the bigger pan sizes, and they didn't really like name their shades. They just had numbers. Like that right there should tell you how old this palette is. Like, that's so old, but I love to look at it. So I love it. Like, I don't know. I don't get rid of things just for the sake of getting rid of them. Like, they make me happy looking at them. Here is Plain Jane remastered again with that shiny, shiny metallic packaging. This is beautiful, sparkly, special shades. I do still have my original Plain Jane, but I have it like put up and preserved because it was so old. It was the first palette I ever tried from the brand. First time I ever bought from them and fell in love, so I keep it for the memories. But they did come out with the remastered version. Love, no longer available. You know what I'm saying. This is Vivette. This one is really cool and different. I like the packaging, and I know that the owner of Adept said this was inspired by like her childhood best friend, which I just thought that was so sweet. I don't know. I really, really liked that. And I think that these colors are so cool. I did a whole video on this one because it seems chaotic and I love chaos. And I tried to show different color combos and like how to look at and how to work with this palette, because to me, this is a palette of quads. So if you see this quad together, that quad together, and then if you cover this up, like it's really cool. Or you could work it like this. I don't know. It's very cool, unique, different. Here I have Sumerian Sunset. This is one of my favorite color stories from Adept. I think it's very beautiful and very easy to use. Very user friendly. Like, you can stick to the columns, but all these shades also work together. I don't know. I don't think they still have this one. But I love that one. This is Flying Fiddles. So this was a neutral palette from Adept, or their take on neutrals. If you only wear neutral shadows, you may look at this and be like, girl, you call that a neutral palette? But you know what I mean. Like, it's neutrals with a twist. It's fun. And I love that. The lace packaging. This one is Unity. They launched a face palette with this one as well that I really love. And, oh, look at that. It's so romantic, right? I don't think they have this one around anymore, but it's soft. It's romantic. It makes me feel, I don't know. It makes me feel like rose vibes, I guess. This is La Cienega. So beautiful. I know People were so upset with me. I remember talking about this one because La Cienega translates to like the swamp. And people were like, it's not the swamp, it's a street in LA. And like, I know that, but I was like, this doesn't translate to a street in LA. It, like, you know what I mean? Okay, so anyways, I'm moving on from that, but it is a street in LA. I know that. This is a palette that they came out with that really is like the only palette where they did a majority of mattes. And I know people love Adept for the shimmers, but I really like the mattes in here. And I think like this is so great. I loved having this from Adept because I got to get some really good mattes from them paired with some really beautiful shimmer sparkle multi-chrome shades. Oh, I'm just realizing I actually have my Amy Loves palette up on a shelf where I keep like some of my friends' collabs. And I'm just realizing as I'm going through this that I have not been pulling from there. So let me grab it. Actually, we'll get to that in a bit and I'll just go and I'll pull all those collabs up. Like, and we'll do a bunch of collab palettes and then we'll break and we'll come back to it. And, you know, we'll do that in a minute. Let's go with the flow here. This is the Inspired palette from Adept. This was inspired by Arrow. So we have a lot of different names from the list that Arrow kept. If you watched the show, my son definitely filled me in on that one. But this is beautiful. This, one of my favorite palettes ever from Adept. No longer available. No longer available. So I keep it. I treasure it. It means a lot to me. It does. Okay, I'm done being dramatic. This is Cyborg Choir. I love this one too. This one is fun. Like, this is a fun color story for Adept. This is bright. It's deep. It's special. It's just so cool. I really love that one. Element 115. I love when Adept does these like space themed palettes or non-earth themed palettes. This is beautiful, cool blues, purples, cool stuff. I'm super into this one. I love the packaging on this one. Very fun. I can see where a lot of people would not enjoy this because like I was talking about the Urban Decay earlier with the weird packaging, but I feel like it's still pretty sleek. This is the favorite packaging Adept has ever done for me. This is so beautiful. I just want to look at it. This is Legend of Ardra. And so this one we have more fun shades, of course, but we do have like grounding neutrals as well. We have beautiful pops. Just overall, listen, I love Adept. I love my Adept palettes. Look at that packaging. My camera is like, I can't. I hear you telling me to, but I can't. Oh, it's so cool and pretty and different and fun. Let's look at a few collabs since I mentioned that. We won't do them all right now. I'm just going to kind of pull from my shelf a few at a time because I do like to have like my friends collab and other creator collabs out where I can see them. I find it inspiring. It makes me happy for my friends. It makes me feel motivated. I love it, you know, like, I love it. So this is the Amy Loves palette in collaboration with Adept. This one is still available, and I see why Adept keeps this one around. Like, it is a beautiful, cool toned palette. And like I said, I am not someone who's always like, oh, yay, cool tones. But this one, man, I love this. This is like half neutral, half colorful, completely perfect. Amy did an amazing job on that one. Let me show you the collabs from my bestie, Angelica Nyqvist. And yeah, I don't always keep the sleeves for my palettes that brands send, but I do when they're like something special like this. I should have, next time I'll remove all the sleeves before I come on here to talk to y'all. So you don't have to see me pull them off. This is the Hella palette. So this is a collaboration with Oden's Eye, all three of these. So excited for her. This is kind of the original. So we have here, oh, this is a beautiful color story. This is a beautiful, beautiful color story. I know, like, Angie's my friend. I'm not just saying that because she's my friend. Like, it's beautiful. I love it. It's a very me type of colors. Let me see if I can cancel out the glare from the mirror there. And then we have Trick or Treat. So Trick or Treat is right here. Let me cancel out the glare from the mirror. We have a beautiful Halloween themed palette. Of course, this goes for more than just Halloween, right? Like, of course it does, but I do love these shades. I think it's so fun. And then we have Little Ghost. I love Oden's Eye. I love Oden's Eye, y'all. Little Ghost is fun. These make me think of like fun Halloween. Halloween party. Not scary Halloween. Halloween candy. I love that. So whimsical, so fun. Beautiful. Beautiful. And I absolutely love Oden's Eye. And I absolutely love Angie. There you go. I had to zoom you out so you could see them all three together. Look at the beautiful artwork. Angie as Hella. Like, I love these. I love these. She did a great job. Oden's Eye did a great job. It's beautiful. I love. Let's look at a few more collabs and then we'll take a break. But I went ahead and pulled this stack. This is the Blend Bunny Robert Welsh collab. I have never met Robert Welsh in person, but I have a parasocial friendship with Robert because I watch all of Robert's videos. I love this collab. And yeah, I would love to be friends with Robert Welsh. So it goes on my friendship collab shelf. Okay, let's talk about the palette though, because it is amazing. It is amazing. First of all, Blend Bunny, love. Robert Welsh, love. So obviously love, right? Like the layout, everything. It makes sense, right? So we have like our grays. We can definitely deepen things up with our shades down here. This shade right here, stop. This shade right here, stop. Beautiful, like Crystal is the name. It's like a crystal topper. I love that we have some neutral shades. This shade right here, Paul, is such an interesting neutral. I'm like, I wish I had time and like could swatch every palette, everything as we talk. But then it would be like, I mean, it would be like Wicked. We'd have to break this into 2 parts, and I don't think anybody wants that. So we have beautiful purples, blues, greens, yellowy browns, like beautiful, 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 beautiful. This is a palette between Sydney Grace and my friend Tina from The Fancy Face. This is such a fun palette. It's so different from like what other things Sydney Grace does. This is based on Jamaica, which is where Tina is from. I know she has that inspiration for some of her other collabs that we will talk about later, but look at this. This is really beautiful. Sydney Grace has a beautiful formula that's very blendable, pigmented, easy to work with, and a lot of their shimmers I find are very flattering if you have texture, and they have some really intense ones too. I need to clean my table. We're gonna ignore that. This is Gourmande Girls and Steph from Steph Beauty Stash. I actually did get to meet Steph, and I'm so excited about that. I got to meet her in Vegas. This is Nueva Vida, and when she did neons, she did neons. I think this was such a fun collab. Steph did an amazing job on this one. This one launched at the beginning of 2024, if I'm not mistaken, so I do have a video up on this one, and in that video, I really worked hard to adjust the lighting and everything so that you can see these neon shades because they are spectacular. I think Steph did an amazing job on this one. This is Enchanted Autumn. It is a collaboration with Makeup Just for Fun, my friend Amanda, who I absolutely love. The artwork on this, beautiful. The inside, beautiful. It is so fall. It's very fall, but it's not orange. And I love that she took the fall inspiration, like you see on the packaging. Like she took in like the leaves changing these colors, how it looks on the water. It's just so beautiful. The quality is phenomenal. This shade right here, I'm just saying, if you love silvery shadows, this palette may be worth it for that shade alone because it is amazing. But of course, I love the whole thing, specifically this quad. And this, like, I'm like, and this, and this, and this. But listen, she knows what she's talking about. She knows what she's doing. I love Fantasy Cosmetica. We're going to talk about their stuff as we go too. Because I do have no, we already talked about their new palette. I showed you that at the beginning. That's right. Okay, listen. I've been talking for so long. Okay, I had to zoom you way out for this one because this is Urban Decay Game of Thrones collab. This I treasure, and I'm not ashamed to admit it, maybe just a little bit, but I do have a brand new one too in the box put up because I love so much. Like, do you see how big this is? Okay, if you haven't seen this, you're in for a treat, okay? Like, Urban Decay was fun. They were fun with this one. So we have this Lannister, Targaryen, Baratheon. Like, I'm not going to go through it all, okay? I'm not going to. I want to, but I'm not going to. We actually have a throne. We actually have a pop-up throne. This was so extra for every reason. Like, Game of Thrones, if you're gonna be extra, like, be extra with this, you know? And then it slides out. This palette, to me, ahead of its time. Ahead of its time. We have one, like, Bay of Dragons, King Landing, Winterfell, Hard Home. Absolutely love. So I say this one was ahead of its time because it is primarily shimmers. I mean, there's only 2 matte shades in here. These shades on this side are very indie-like in formula. And I know that, like, one and done looks are so popular. Did I say they only had 2? They have 3 mattes, sorry. One and done looks are so easy and they're so popular. And that's a lot of what you can do with this palette. Is like one and done, these beautiful shimmers, or just a couple of shades. And honestly, I think if Urban Decay brought this back now in like different packaging, or like just a quad with these 4 shades, people would go nuts for it because it's so good. Like, this is just so good. Urban Decay, I love Urban Decay for this palette. This is the only palette that I have from Besame. And this palette, okay, let's look at it. I keep it for the packaging. I didn't love the quality of the shadows, but I love this. Like, do you see this? It's over the top, and it's so cool. I mean, you open it up, and it's like, it's even got a page. Like, it even has like a bookmark. Come on, like, this is so cool. Okay, you take this palette out. This is genius. This is genius packaging. I wish Besame would do some fun stuff like this again. I did not love the quality of this palette. This shade right here is a pressed glitter. I was shooketh when I first got this palette, but apparently this is a cosmetic grade glitter. They say it is an eyeshadow. I do think they should have marketed as like a glitter, but it is eye safe, so I kind of get their side too. But, you know, the quality of the shadows were not wonderful. And I'm gonna, like, listen, I just have to speak the truth. I don't care. I don't care. Most of the time, 99% of the time, 99.9% of the time, I want the quality to be amazing and the packaging to be amazing. But this, I'm keeping it and I'm loving it no matter what because of the packaging. This is a NYX and Sabrina, The Chilling Adventures of Sabrina Spellbook palette. This palette was gone too soon. Honestly, I loved the quality of this palette. I have not used it in a while. Like, it's very old. But this one, NYX should have restocked this because this is amazing, phenomenal quality. Has topper-like shades. Honestly, this is the best palette that NYX has ever done. Let's look at another Urban Decay palette, Alice Through the Looking Glass. I'm telling y'all, Urban Decay used to be so fun and extra. So opening this up, you have a quote from Alice Through the Looking Glass. The mirror says, "We're all mad here." This one, you open it up, and it's just more art. Beautiful, beautiful butterfly there. So this is so cool. You pull out the drawer, and the way that they designed, I'm like, can I get this open? The way that they designed the pans, like, it's just so cool. It's so Alice Through the Looking Glass. Like, it's so perfect. It came with a brush. Again, I don't keep my brushes in my palettes. I don't think I use that brush, but I love it anyways. This is Warms My Blood. This is I'm Not Earthly. Of course, you see the inspiration. Yeah? Like, we see it. We see it. I'm not going to go through every single movie, every single thing. I love this. This was my favorite palette for so long. Like, this is neutrals and color, and the quality of everything was amazing, and the artwork was amazing. And the only regret I have is that I didn't buy a backup so that I could also have a pristine one, because look at Aaliyah looking stunning, fabulous, amazing. Let me again show you a collab. These are my Batty Bean and Shroud. This is Butte Bean, Batty Bean, Betty Jean. Okay, absolutely love Betty Jean. So first she did It's Freaking Bats. This is so beautiful. And I'll show you her collab with Oden's later. Like I said, I'm just going to grab my friend's collabs down like as we go. This is Hello Bean. This was the second collab she did with Shroud. So pretty. I remember ordering and waiting for like a year almost to get this, but I did not care because I love Betty Jean and I wanted to get the palette, and I think it's so beautiful. The quality is so beautiful. This brand is no longer around, but these are gorgeous palettes. I got another stack of palettes here. Let's look. This is Forget Me Not from Blend Bunny. So I gotta zoom you out just a bit because this one's just a bit too big. This is, should I even count this with my eye palettes? This is more of a face and eye palette. For me, this was very much like an eye palette because the tones are way too cool for my skin tone to work. These do work on the face, but I do keep it with my eyeshadow because I use it more like shadow. I don't reach for this one super often. I enjoy keeping it though. Like, I like having them all so I can test and compare and see and swatch. I do like using a white powder sometimes right on my inner corner. So when I reach for it, it is for those and that shade right up there. This is Obsession from Arttitude. This is one of my favorite palettes from the brand. I think this is great quality. This is beautiful color story. Arttitude really makes some great palettes. Let me show you here. Let me pull out Submerged. I'm not ready to review Submerged yet. This is their newest launch. And while I have played with it, I have not tested and tried every shade, which I like to really do before I give you a review. So you'll definitely see this in a video coming up. I mean, at the time that you're seeing this, maybe like I've already posted the review, maybe not. Again, it takes me so long to do this video. But yeah, it's a beautiful palette. Obsession, so gorgeous too. So there are those two super gorgeous palettes. These two palettes are from Melt. I have them out because I was showing these in comparisons in my Edward Scissorhands video. So this is Smoke Sessions from Melt. Smoke Sessions 2. So this is the purple one. You'll see Smoke Sessions 1 coming up. It's completely different color story, but beautiful, 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 beautiful purple shadows with some purple and blue type tones. Really stunning, stunning palette. This is the Bride of Frankenstein. This one they launched last year, and I do really like this format that they did. Like this, these size pans I think are nice. I'm into it. I like this packaging. This color story is totally a me color story. I've got two Beauty Bay palettes out, and this is Dark Fantasy. This is a cool color story. Beauty Bay, for a while there, they were just putting out cool, fun, interesting color stories, and they haven't really done that in a while. Like, they haven't put out one that I'm just like, oh my gosh, I have to have that. But this was such a good one. This one too. This is the Book of Magic. Yeah, Book of Magic. This was a palette that made me fall in love with Beauty Bay, where I was like, oh wow, like that's really good. See, it's like a fun color story, and I don't know, none of their newer palettes have been calling to me, but I do have more Beauty Bay palettes. Let's go through my mega palettes from ColourPop. This is Precious Metals. This is one of my favorite ColourPop palettes ever. The quality in every single shade is amazing. It is a neutral palette. You have warm neutrals, you have cool neutrals, you have some shades that are more neutral. Beautiful though. Every single shade is so good in this palette. I cannot recommend this one enough. Like, it's so beautiful. I love, one of my favorite ColourPop palettes. I also have the So Jaded Kathleen Lights and ColourPop palette. So this one, if they would bring this back, if they would ever bring this color story back, this would be a favorite. Okay, it is a favorite. If you have this one, treasure it. It is amazing. You can see how much like I have used some of these shades and how well loved. This is probably my favorite ColourPop palette that's not around anymore. I'll kind of tell you as we go, okay? But that one's so good. This is Play It Jewel. I think they still have this one. This is a good palette. If you want to get some neutral shades, you want to try some color, you want to play around, see, like this is a great palette. I really like this one. Aurora Struck is really beautiful, and I know this was super popular for the brand. This is mostly cooler tones, so it was not a personal favorite of mine. And I said when I got this, And I said after, like, I wish it had like a deep dark amethyst matte, a deep dark emerald matte, and that would have like taken it to the next level for me. But this one is so pretty, like, it's so pretty. This is Matte About Hue. So this is a matte rainbow palette. If I'm reaching for my all matte shades, if I want an all matte palette, I'm gonna reach for my Blend Bunny over this one. But this one is at a much lower price point, and I do think this one is really nice. If you're looking for these types of colors and you want to try them out, this one, I think this one is really nice. I've got another collab palette here. This one was put in with my palettes to review this year for 2025. So Oden's Eye collabed with Morgan Turner. I have never met Morgan in person, but I have talked to her online for a few years now, like through DMs, and I've watched her videos, and I was just so excited for this collab. I love this like drawing of Morgan. Oden's Eye, I'm getting, like, listen, I need to take a drink. Oden's Eye always does beautiful packaging, and they killed it with this one. This is such a romantic palette. I love it. I think Morgan and Oden's Eye did a beautiful job on this one. I have used every single shade on my eyes, and they all perform beautifully on my eyelids. You know what I'm saying. So we have neutral shades, so you can create a neutral look. And we have pops of color, of course. Morgan just did an amazing job on that one. And then we have the Alva palettes. So I do have a video on this as well recently. I did a look with every single palette. They launched 4 for the seasons. Let me actually zoom you out. Here we have autumn, a beautiful autumn color story. We have winter. Winter is also a gorgeous, gorgeous color story. Here is spring. Alva is like a fairy or a sprite in Swedish. So here we have right here, beautiful, beautiful springtime color story. I'm gonna have to zoom out even more, won't I? That's okay. This is the summer Alva palette. Beautiful. It makes me think of like a clear summer sky. Here are all 4 of the seasons together. My favorite right here has got to be autumn. So yeah, that would be my favorite. If all of these disappeared from my collection, I would repurchase them all. Let me just say that up front. But surprisingly, I'm going to go with winter. After that, I'll go with spring and then summer. Did you ask for a ranking of these 4? I don't know. Maybe you did, but I wanted to do it. Let's look at my Charlotte Tilbury palettes. So this is the newest. I do have an eye and face palette. I keep it with my face palettes though. So I'm not going to include that here. If you're wondering, I do have a face palette video though, if you want to check that one out. This is the Beautifying Eyes Trend Emerald Effect palette. So this is beautiful. It really is. I hate the packaging. I hate this packaging, but I wish Charlotte Tilbury would do more shadows like this because the formulas are so great. Let's look at this one. This one is the Love Talk palette. I think the quality of this was really cool. It had some shadows that were very like reminiscent of Natasha Denona's cream to powder formula, which I personally really love. So I think this was a really nice palette from Charlotte Tilbury. And then we have this one. This is Bejeweled Eyes to Hypnotize. This was actually a gift from a dear friend of mine, and I really think this is pretty. These are nice, luxurious type shadows that you can definitely build. They're not insanely pigmented or sparkly, but you can definitely build them and get a soft, beautiful look with these. And I treasure this in my collection because I think of my friend who gifted it to me, and I just love it. Here is the NYX Wednesday palette. This one launched this year. I have a video in this collection. This one is really cute. If you're into these types of cool tones, definitely cool, very neutral with a pop of purple. But I thought this was a fun collection. I think they could have had more fun with the color story, but it's still cute. This is the brand By Us. I don't know if this brand is existing anymore. They launched last year, and I thought this was a good palette. It's just kind of a wacky color story, wacky design, but it fits the theme. It makes me think of the game Perfection. I think it's kind of fun. Let's look at some of my Beauty Bay palettes. These are no longer available, I don't think. I think they're all old and discontinued. This is Alice in Wonderland. They did these little like 6 pans in collaboration with Disney, and all the color stories are shades directly pulled from the movie, which I think is so fun. This one is the Jungle Book from 1967. I love these colors. I think it's so cute. 1941, we have Dumbo. So we have shades here from the movie Dumbo. In 1942, we had Bambi. This is a very soft color story. I really like these palettes, but I understand how they're more collection of shades to pair with other palettes. Maybe not something that you would want to create a whole look with. But we have 1951, Alice in Wonderland. I just love that they pulled the shades directly from the movies. I thought that was such a great idea. This is the Wilderness palette. This is one of the last palettes that I just found to have like a good, interesting color story from Beauty Bay. I know I talked about that a little bit earlier, but I also have the palette New Romantic. This one I thought was a great Valentine's Day color story. Pinks and reds and then warm browns. I thought that one was really fun. This is Metamorphic. This palette is actually a really great palette from Beauty Bay. They did not do any more like this, and they really should have, because the formulas in here are great. They needed a couple of more matte shades, in my opinion, to make this a little more cohesive, or just go all out and do all shimmer sparkle shades. But I thought this one was good, so I keep this one. And then I have the Jade palette. I forget, let me expand you out. I forget who Jade is. A singer, right? Like a singer or something. I don't know. I love this palette. It definitely did not get the hype that it should have, in my opinion, but I think it's just because it was so big. But this is a really great palette with some really interesting colors. Let's look at some of my newer palettes. This is Bloom from Natasha Denona. I do keep my newer palettes kind of separate. I keep them in bins together so that I don't forget anything at the end of the year when it comes to like palette ranking reviews, that I can make sure that I include everything. So we're gonna pull some from that bin. This is a beautiful palette though. I really love this one from Natasha Denona. I think it's a beautiful, colorful palette, and we don't get a ton of just colorful palettes from Natasha Denona anymore. So I really do love this one. I think this is such a great palette. Let's look at Nearly Natural from Glaminatrix. This is such a gorgeous palette, right? Like, it is so pretty. I know that Glaminatrix discontinued some of their palettes, and I'm not sure if they're gonna bring this one back, but it is new for this year, so I hope so. I love the mix of neutrals with the little kind of like pops of color that are really friendly with neutrals, very like approachable if you're only a neutral person. Beautiful shimmers. Really love this one. So then let's look at our Eye Sculpt Texture and Tone palettes. So I do have the Soft and the Dramatic palette. Let me put these out for you so that you can see them side by side. I do have a full video on these, of course, so you can see them even more with comparisons, all of that. I thought these were really great palettes. I mean, you can see what they are, right? Like, they are neutral palettes with ranges in like depth level and tone. I think they're really pretty. Of course, the dramatic one is my favorite. Like, I just love that. But I think the soft is really pretty too. And I can see where a lot of people would like love those. After that, let's look at a couple of these Cosmic Beauty palettes. I have these together. These launched this year. First up, I have the Lovers. This one was the first launch for Cosmic Beauty this year. This is such a pretty color story. This launched around Valentine's Day. So you can see this one is inspired by the Tarot, the Lovers. And then the Death launched most recently. So this one just launched. Yes, I'm thinking this one just launched recently. Beautiful though, right? Like super dark, and I really like, specifically like this section of the palette. So gorgeous. And I love like the completion theme that we had for the year. I think that was so cool. I'm obsessed. This is Starlight Society. This one launched right before Death Tarot. So here we have this one. Isn't that pretty? It's such a colorful, beautiful palette. I love Cosmic Beauty. I think they have a great price point. They are amazing, not just amazing for the price, you know, like actually beautiful palettes. Here I have Gothic Romance from Unearthly. This is such a pretty palette, mostly matte shades with just 4 special shades. So we have like, this is a multi-chrome. This is like a duochrome-esque type shade, maybe a multi-chrome actually. This one too, really beautiful, really shifty, beautiful topper-esque shade, like really easy to work with layout, easy to put looks together. Great quality palette. Then we have Paisley Hoot from Singe Beauty. I love Singe. I talked about that earlier, and I think it was so smart of them to come out with a neutral palette. This is a neutral palette for a colorful lover, I think, and it is a neutral palette with a twist for people who want to kind of dip their toes into some fun neutral shades, because we have these beautiful kind of cooler tone olives here. We have some beautiful warm shades right up top. Just overall, such a gorgeous palette. This is Morphe's holiday palette. This is the Naughty palette. So pretty. Like, this is so pretty. I'm not done reviewing this one, testing it, trying it, but I think the color story is really nice. It gives me like Makeup by Mario vibes in terms of the colors. It does have like a pop of pink, but it's a very neutral, muted color story. This is my newest palette from Klarity. This is the Other Side, and this is a colorful palette. They launched this one recently. Again, I'm not done like playing with this one, or, well, of course, never done playing with it, but I'm not played with it enough to review it yet. So I'm working like to get all these new palettes reviewed for the end of the year. But this one launched back in the summer. This is the Sigma Spectrum palette, and this is a beautiful neutral palette. This is one I would definitely recommend if these are your types of shades. I think they're super pretty. They have beautiful different undertones to them. Of course, this column being my personal favorite, and this one, I love how we have light and deep shades. I think that's such a good launch from the brand. It really is a beautiful one. Let me pull out this one from BellaBeauteBar. I don't know, have we talked about BellaBeauteBar yet? Have I shown you any of my BellaBeauteBar palettes? Because they're one of my favorite brands. This is Unoriginal Nudes. I love that. I think it's so cute how it has this kind of like Mean Girl vibe to the palette. Like Mean Girl as in like the movie, you know, like with the cutout letters and like the burn book. That's what I'm thinking. So we have light mattes, deep mattes, beautiful collection of shades, beautiful shimmers. One of my favorite palettes of the year too, because I think they did such a good job with that one. This is Embers. This is new from Anastasia Beverly Hills. They launched this earlier in the fall of this year, and this to me looks like a remake of their Master Palette by Mario, I think it was called, before Makeup by Mario had their own brand. This was definitely the vibes of that palette. I do have a full video on that one. Let's look at the Ellis Atlantis palette. Let me see, from Blend Bunny. Okay, I need to find, because I don't have all of these together. That's okay though, right? Like, that's okay. I'll find it. It's just in another stack, I'm sure. I pulled all my palettes to show for this video. So yeah, this one is a shimmery sparkly palette. This is great. This is great quality, great selection of shades, and I do think it's at a really great price point from Blend Bunny too. They really hit the nail on the head with this one. Super gorgeous. Beautiful for one and done, or beautiful to complement their palettes. Here is the large palette that they did together. So this is Eye and Face palette, and I have it with my eyeshadow palettes. So this is super gorgeous. They have all these neutral shades. Of course, I gravitate to the warmer sides of the palette, and that's where they do have the smaller palettes. Same exact shades that you get in the larger palettes, but you get them broken down. Let me go grab the other one. Here they both are. So you can see that you can get, instead of the big palette, if you don't want that big palette, you can get half or the other half, the warmer half or the more cool half. And then you put that together with the sparkly palette and you are good to go, you know? Here is Tarte Maneater After Dark Volume 2. Isn't that pretty? I have a video on this one. I have it with comparisons to the older versions. I do kind of prefer some of the older ones in terms of color story, but this one is very pretty. It's very neutral with like peachy pink undertones. Super pretty. I think that these palettes from Tarte are seriously underrated, and the packaging reminds me of a laptop. I don't know, there's something like, it looks like a laptop cover. It's cute, but I always think about that. This is the Rotten palette. So earlier I showed you the all shimmer sparkle palette that launched alongside this one. This is Rotten with Blend Bunny and May, and we have this gorgeous grungy matte color story. I love that they went all matte and then offered the shimmers separately. I love the colors here. I love that it's based on like decay. It's the science in me. I love it, okay? I absolutely love. This is another palette from Klarity. This is the I Love Coffee palette, and this is an amazing neutral palette. Honestly, this shade right here is like so wet and foiled and stunning. The undertone of this shade I'm obsessed with. I love this olive down here. This is one of the best neutral palettes of the year in my opinion. I think Klarity did such an amazing job on that one. And then I have the Makeup by Mario palette. Is this Ethereal as Nature? This is the holiday palette for Makeup by Mario this year. This is really beautiful. I thought this was a great palette. I think the shimmer shades are very topper-like. We do have one that's more of like that putty formula. We have kind of the matte with sparkle. But this is really gorgeous. I really do like this one from Makeup by Mario. Let's look at some of my smaller Nomad palettes. So this is Nomad Air. I'm not sure if they still have these. Of course, I will link everything I can. Like I said, down below in the description box. I'll put it in a pinned comment also because I know sometimes that can be easier to find. But this is Nomad Air. So this is a travel palette. It's beautiful. I think it's super nice. It's very simple, right? These were part of the Nomad Air collection, but they may have been called something different. I forgot. But this one is based on an airport in Canada. Well, that's what the codes are, right? But based on destinations, like Nomad palettes. So this one is like cool toned greens. This one is Abu Dhabi, I believe. And we have like warm neutral shades, very like more browns with that red undertone. And then this one was Oslo. Yeah, right? Yes, Oslo. I'm like, let me check again. So cool tone neutrals. If you like cool tones, these could be your shades. And then I have this one. This was based on Santa's Village. This one I thought was super nice. It was a different formula for a Nomad. I know this one, like the shimmers were a little bit harder pressed. So I thought this one was good, not amazing, but I keep it because I think it's so cute. Here I have a collaboration with NYX and Beetlejuice. This one launched last year, and I thought this was fun. I was hoping the Wednesday palette would be more like this one, just a little more fun and playful. I get why they did that one that way though, but this one I really liked. I thought this was so cute, and I thought the shades were really nice. The quality was good in that one. This is my one size Disney Fantasia palette. It's always so hard to show. This one is not super easy to show on camera because it's so metallic and reflective, but I have to show you this pop out, like the Fantasia. I think that's so cool. I think this one is such a cool, fun collab. I really like one size. I think they make some awesome stuff. The highlighters, the toppers, the shadows, everything about this quality is really great. And then I have the NYX Ultimate Utopia palette. I think this is a beautiful color story. It is a huge palette. It's not like amazing packaging. I much would have rather preferred they do like a cardboard or something like this. But this color story is beautiful. I love these types of tones, and I thought this was a really good palette. I also love how kind of like jumbled it is. Like, I love how they didn't try to like organize the shades too much, because when I look at this palette, it's a very like easy layout, because if you look right here, this could be a 9-pan that completely goes together. Then you could get this 9-pan, all of these shades go together. Then you could work these all go together. And the same for up top, like they just work together. Or if you want to break it down into 6 pans, it's just a palette that really makes sense to me, and I love the way they laid it out. Like I said, it seems kind of jumbled, but when you actually like break it down like that, it makes so much sense, and I love that. Let's go through some more of my Oden's Eye palettes. So this is the Planet Spirit palette. This is a collab with my friend Betty Jean. This is a beautiful color story. Like I said, I absolutely love Oden's Eye. They're one of my favorite brands. I love their formulas. I love the brand, and I think Betty Jean did a great job on the palette. This is Makeup Just for Fun, my friend Amanda. I also love her palette. This palette has such a beautiful, soft color story, but I love that we have like the pop. Like, you can definitely make this look very muted if you want to, or you can make it more dramatic. It's absolutely stunning. This is the Sea Talk palette from my friend Lauren. Lauren May Beauty. She did a great job on this one too. I love this yellow. I love that we have a neutral quad, a blue quad, and then we have some fun pops. So I wanted to go over those collabs, but let's look at some of these other smaller palettes from Oden's Eye. This is the Alva 2 Mini Sky. I'm not sure if these are still available or not, but I do think these were really beautiful mini palettes from the brand. These are some of the oldest launches that I have, and yeah, I've got some older than this that we'll look at for sure, but this was the mini forest palette, and then I have the mini ocean palette. So cute, such a cute little collection of shades. I've got a couple of palettes here from Judy, collaborated with Oden's Eye. So the first one she did was the Red Dragon palette. I think this is such a good color story from the brand. Beautiful, like, neutral shades with pops of color. And then over here in the Spring Dragon, we have a pastel color story. And this is definitely what I think about when I think about Judy. She does these very pastel soft looks that are so pretty. Here are the collaborations with Tina, who is the Fancy Face here on YouTube. So the first collab they did is the Hummingbird palette. I think this one is so pretty. I love this color story. I think it's fun and vibrant and bright, and it's very like Tina. I love it. And then this is her Earthwood palette. So this is her second collaboration with the brand. Still bright with these shades over here, but we do have some depth and some ground type shades that make perfect for the collab, like Earthwood. I think she did a really beautiful job on this one. These are the collaboration palettes with Annette from Annette's Makeup Corner. So first she did the Giant Wolves palette with Oden's Eye. This is beautiful. This is one of my favorite color stories from the brand. And then she did Mighty Monster, which was so like perfectly paired with this palette, but we got some brighter tones over here. Both of these are so pretty. I think Annette did such a great job on these. I love Oden's Eye, love all of these creators, so I'm super excited about these. Let's look at a few more of my mini palettes from Oden's Eye. This is Schooled. So these were based on the Fates, I believe, or the Norns. So this is the like colorful shimmery palette in the collection that they did. The other one was Verdandi. So this one was definitely more like neutral leaning. We have some neutral shades here and then some very beautiful warm tones. And then my personal favorite was this one right here, Earth. I'm sorry, I don't speak Swedish. I try my best, you know. I'm working with what I got over here. But this is beautiful, beautiful earthy tones. I love the greens in here, and I thought the quality was so, so good. This is Eternal Twilight. This is a holiday palette from last year. I love the artwork on this. I really, really do. I think it's just so delicate and soft. And this color story I love. And I love that this year Oden's Eye did another big palette because they only have this one and the one from this year. And I do love that they mix up the sizes of their palettes so there's variety. This is amazing though. Like, I love this palette. There are a few shades in here that are very like putty-like, so those can be prone to creasing, I know, for some. It doesn't really bother me. I can usually tap out a crease really easily if it does happen. But I love this. I love the color story. I love the shades inside. Let's look next. Let's look at a couple of my really old Oden's Eye palette. This is Saga of Freya. This one isn't even the oldest. I'm like, we'll have to get to that. That must be deep in my pile here. I'm like, let's look at Saga of Freya first. So this is a double-sided palette. We have this. It's very much like a book, and I love that. So these are based on Norse mythology, of course. Beautiful color story over here. I really like this color story. Oden's Eye should bring out this, like just a smaller palette like that. That would be so pretty. I have Saga of Freya, Tears of Freya. Again, we have like the book theme. I love this. I love this mix of tones. I love the shades. I think it's so gorgeous. And then we have at Chapter 2, Cat with the Golden Carriage, of course, based off the mythology. And this color story, oh, warm tones, like warm browns, orangey tones paired with these blue teals. Forget about it. Absolutely beautiful every time. Now let me grab, like I said, the older palettes that I have from the brand. So this is the Solman palette. We have this one, really, really back in the day for this one. Like, this palette launched so long ago. It hasn't been available for a long time. And then we have the original Freya palette. So this one, pretty warm, pinky, orangey, peachy tones. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. Okay, let's go through some more new palettes from this year. I pulled out this stack of all of these, kind of like, not mini palettes, but not super small either. We'll start with this Unearthly, Thinking of You. This they launched around Valentine's Day, and I think this is a soft color story. This is something a little different from Unearthly. Very pretty, but very soft and neutral-esque. I did have a shade come broken, but I was able to like press it back in. Then we have the Ranger palette. So two other palettes that launched from Fantasy Cosmetica this year. We have the Ranger. This is a beautiful color story, kind of like green and neutral mix. Really love that one. And this is the Monk. These, I have to say, like, this year, Fantasy Cosmetica came out with really great color stories, didn't they? Like, I love the yellow and the brown. I love yellows and neutrals. Those are so pretty. I have two more palettes here from Morphe. These launched kind of at the beginning of the year. I do have a full video on these, like showing you all the shades, creating looks, everything. This one, what is this one actually called? Forbidden Honey. So that's this one, more like pinky neutral tones. And here we have Pulp Fantasy. So this one is like the more cool toned of the two, a little more color. I think these are good. They're not great, and I do think the newer Morphe palettes are even a little better than this, but these are good palettes and they're on sale a lot. So if these color stories are calling to you, I do think these are pretty nice. I have another couple of palettes here from Unearthly. This is Shadowed Petal. So this one is cool tones, mauves, but very pretty. Murky Meadow being my favorite, and one of my favorite palettes that they've done recently. I love these olivey greens with a pop of neon. I think it's fun, it's different, it's cute, it's pretty. I'm into it. And then we have a Shattered Romance from DeDe's DeDe signature. Sorry, I'm gonna correct myself. This palette is a really pretty color story, and I think this one is good, not great. I definitely think DeDe's signature, DeDe signature, sorry, I'm gonna keep correcting myself and fixing it. But I do think that they have better formulas than this one. This one wasn't my favorite. This is Morally Gray from BellaBeauteBar. I like this one, but like it says, it is a gray, cool toned palette. I love the shimmers. I think it's fun. They went there with the theme. Like, it's a little wacky to have these heart-shaped pans, but I get it. It fits the Valentine's theme, so I'm here for it. We have Pat McGrath. This is the holiday palette for this year. This one is cute, but I do think Pat McGrath does some better quality palettes, but I still really like this one. This is not her Mothership formula. If you have her Mothership palettes, that's not what you're gonna get with this. Here's another brand new palette from BellaBeauteBar. This one this one I've only played with a little bit, so I'll definitely have my review done soon for y'all if I have not already posted that. But isn't that a pretty color story? It's very like primary almost, so it's cool, it's different, it's unique, it's fun. I have a few more BellaBeauteBar from this year. This is Green Goddess. This is a pretty color story from BellaBeauteBar. I think they did a really good job doing like an earthy with some neutral colors. I think it's really beautiful. I have had a lot of fun with this one. Smoky Glam is also a great launch from the brand. This one, like, look, isn't that so glam and pretty? And I will show you, let me go grab like the older version of this one. Here is the original Smoky Glam. I probably need to clean that off. I'll clean that off better later. Okay, we're just gonna admire the sparkle right now. I like large palettes. I don't mind that at all, but I do think it was like smart and practical for BellaBeauteBar to redo this palette, simplify it, put it in their magnetic pans. That's what they're going with now, so the palettes are easy to rearrange, do what you want to do if you like to depot. But I still keep my other one because I do love it. Like, it is pretty. It's a great, amazing palette, but the new version is super beautiful too. So I wanted to show you those two side by side. And I went ahead and pulled some of my other BellaBeauteBar while I was like grabbing. This is Pastel Garden. I believe they've updated the packaging on this one. So I believe it's the same palette, but different packaging. beautiful pastel palette, all the pastel palette shades that you could need. This is Secret Garden. Secret Garden is so pretty. Like, look at this. I really love this color story. Pinks and greens and these neutral shades. It's so beautiful. This is a collab palette. I should put this with the other collabs. This is Ellie Starr and Brittany Huffman, the best mattes. Get it instead of like best friends. It's the best mattes. It's an all matte palette. So fun. I don't know if they still have this one, but of course it will be linked down below, and I'll also like pop up my affiliate code. Oh, I have, okay, this is not BellaBeauteBar, but I had it in with my BellaBeauté palettes. See, this is good. I can reorganize as we go. This is Phoenix, Born from the Ashes, and this is a good palette, but I do think that their newer palettes are even better. They have an even better formula, but this is a very pretty palette. And then I have another BellaBeauteBar. This is Dark Dreamscape. This is a newer palette. I do have a full video on this one, and I love the lip products that launched with this palette too. It's a beautiful color story, super fun, super vibrant, super colorful. I love the theme. BellaBeauteBar, they make amazing eyeshadows, y'all, for real. Like, so good, so high quality. Let's look at my collection of Anastasia Beverly Hills palette. This was like the next bin when I was putting up those other palettes. So we'll go through all of these. I really like Anastasia palettes. This is Fall Romance. It has like a velvety feel to it, or like, I don't know. It's so nice and beautiful. I love the color story of this one. I think ABH really has a nice formula here. I love that we have different textures. I love that we have like shimmers and metallics and sparkly shades. This shade is like a duochrome. You can kind of see there in the mirror. I love that we have color and neutral. It's very fall. It's a great palette. It really is a great palette. I wish like this one got more hype. I don't know. I wish ABH would come out with more palettes in this format too, because I do think it's really great. Let me grab here. How about this one? This very old palette, the Master Palette by Mario. I treasure this palette. I do. Like, just because I can't use it anymore, I mean, I probably could, but it's so old, and I actually did use it recently in a video, but I love it. Like, I was so hyped for this one. I was so excited about this one. I treasure this. Like, I truly treasure this. All right, this made me nostalgic, so I had to go and grab for these palettes too. This was when KKW Beauty was a thing, and KKW collabed with Mario. This is the first palette. I remember me and my sister-in-law were so excited about this one. Like, we were so hyped, and I took this traveling with me. This one and the second one that they came out with. When KKW was a brand, before Makeup by Mario had his own brand, this one, I took this traveling with me too. I actually, like, it was years and years ago, but I spent 2 weeks in Southeast Asia, me and my family, and these were the two palettes that I brought with me, and I loved them. So I had to pull those out while I was talking about the Master Palette by Mario. This is Cosmos. This is another of the, I would say, like, newer palettes from ABH. I mean, it's been out a few years, but it's newer in this newer style packaging. I really love this one too. This one is one I would definitely recommend. If you like this color story, I think all the shades are beautiful. You do get a duochrome shade in there. You have these formulas that are very sparkly and intense, like topper-esque, if that's what you want, one and done. You have some that are a little more like smooth and pigmented. You have beautiful mattes. I really like this, and I really wish ABH would do some more palettes like this, because I just enjoy them so much. Let's look here. Let's look at an older palette. Let's look at the Jackie Aina. This is one of my favorites. It's one of my favorite palettes. This was such a good one. I like the packaging on it. I think Jackie Aina did such a great job. And I love, as somebody who loves this type of like depth level in shadow, I love that we get so many like intense mid-tone shades, and a deepening up shade. I love that we have light shimmers and deeper shimmers. It's just very special. I think Jackie Anna did a beautiful, beautiful job with this one. It's a favorite for me still. Here is the Nuevo palette from ABH. This one I also think is really pretty. Now this is a more soft color story, but it does have a beautiful formula, just like these kind of like newer formats that they were doing. Lately, or for like last year and this year, they're only coming out with those 9 pans. I really would like to see them do more like this. Again, we have a beautiful like duochrome-esque type shade. We have beautiful soft shades. This one is definitely the softest in terms of color story for these new ones, but I do think it's super pretty. If you thought maybe the other ones were a bit too deep, too dark, too dramatic, you can definitely get your lighter shades here and still have this like satiny shade down here if you want to deepen things up. Let's look at the Norvina palettes, okay? So first we had this Norvina palette. This was part of the ABH line. Very pretty. You can definitely see that I was loving this palette, using it a lot. And then we had the ABH like Norvina subline come out that was cool, but they produced so many palettes like back to back to back. I think if they were going to do that, they should have just dropped them all at once. But it was literally like every week or every other week we were getting a palette. And this is a great formula, but it was not the formula that you were getting in ABH at the time. And I think a lot of people didn't like that because this is very pigmented and you kind of like don't get the subtlety and the looks that you do with this one. But also, this color story isn't screaming subtle. So this brand got mixed reviews, but I really like this palette. I'm kind of sad that I didn't get more when they had the Norvina line, honestly. Let's look at the Primrose palette. This one was actually a gift from Lens. I'm so thankful for it. I think this is such a pretty palette too. This one launched before ABH got into like the newer palettes. They kind of launched this one because it had 2 cheek products in it, which, I mean, a cheek palette with an eyeshadow palette was popular for a long time, and brands started to phase it out because they finally realized not everybody can wear this. Like, that's supposed to be a bronzer, I think, and it's orange or a blush, but it's so pigment. I don't know. I use them as eyeshadows. Let me move on. Okay, I've been talking too long. The shadows are beautiful in here. If this is a color story, definitely go for it. I just use these shades as eyeshadows when I use it rather than cheek products because they're not workable cheek products for me. This is the Amrezy palette. This is another one that was favorite for so long. It's so good. They killed it. Like, they really killed it. I think Amrezy did such a good job with this one. I love that we have the pinky shades. I love that we have a beautiful selection of mattes. These are actually quite different. They look so similar. And I think that a lot of people would think these look super similar. If you're like me and you see nuances, this one is definitely more yellowy in tone. Like, for me, for like a goldeny olive leaning that way, this is more peachy in tone. It doesn't matter. You can't get this anymore. There's like pressed glittery shadows in here. It's so pretty. I really liked this one. And then we have Prism. This was a holiday palette. Ooh, years and years ago. Look at this. This was such a fun color story for Anastasia. This is like so intense, like an intense metallic, at least it was at the time, okay? Maybe not now. We have Throne that was so beautiful, orange and like this neon-esque shade with just enough neutral that you could do that. Such a good launch from ABH. This one is, what is this? Rose Metals. Yes, Rose Metals. I finally got it right. I always want to call it something different. But this again is one of the like newer formats. I would say like this format, of course, the older, then it was this one, and now it's like the 9 pans that ABH has been doing. This is beautiful. I know this is a cool toned color story. It's very cool without just being straight up gray. And I do like that. Like, if I'm going for cool tones, I want something fun. And here, you have a little bit of warmth in the browns, but they do have these beautiful, like, cooler tones. You do have bronze, so it's not just straight up cool. Like, right in here, you have these shades, But overall, the palette is landing pretty cool, especially with this shade, all of these. It's just, it's really great. It's a really, really beautiful formula. Definitely deserves more hype. I like that one so much. Let's look at Subculture. I was one of the people who loved Subculture. I did buy it when it launched. I think the formula is really pretty. I do see how it could be hard to work with if you're not used to color, especially. I think it's a really, really pretty color story. I think ABH should definitely update this in like this format packaging and bring it back. I think people would really, really love that. But let's look at Modern Renaissance. I love this palette. Like, use that shade so much. Love. I think it's beautiful. Like, this was like a cult favorite for a reason. This is the Carly Bible collab. This also launched like in a time where ABH was launching so many palettes back to back to back, and I feel like it didn't get to have its moment. Beautiful palette, a lot of shimmers, a lot of like Carly Bible type tones, especially at the time. This was, of course, before she had her own makeup brand, and it was beautiful. I really liked these two shimmers. They had a little more like texture to them. Super special, super duper pretty. I think they brought Sultry back as a 9-pan, but this is the original, so I never went and bought the 9-pan. This is a cool tone palette. Very pretty, not one that I reach for all the time as I'm not as into these cool tones, but Soft Glam, that was more of my vibe in terms of like undertones in the colors. Is Soft Glam around, or did they turn that into a 9-pan too? I think both, actually. I think they still have this one. I'm not sure though. I will put links to everything, like I said, as much as I can. I will use the YouTube shopping feature as much as I can. I try to be as helpful as possible, but definitely if you have any questions about anything, please do just ask me down in the comments, and I would be more than happy to answer you if I know, or if there's a link I left off or anything like that. Please just let me know. I have two palettes here from Huda Beauty. These palettes are good, but I do think for the price point you can find better and very similar color stories. Huda is just not my absolute favorite eyeshadow formula. They're good though, and I know a lot of people love these. I bought the Empowered. This one was the one that launched before Icy Nude. Yes. So this is a good palette. I don't like the cream shade in here. Like, I feel like that's a little bit of a waste. Just because, like, if I'm gonna use cream shadows, I want them to be pigmented to go on top of them. But anyways, listen. It's good. It's just not my favorite formula, but I do like the palettes. And this is Icy Nude. I bought this one last year, and Huda said this was going to be her last big palette that her brand was doing, at least for the foreseeable future, right? This is Cool Tones, and it's pretty. I like this shade right here, the Iced Out. Like, it's very sparkly. That's pretty. But this shade right here is just straight up like glitter eyeshadow that I would have in a makeup palette when I was a kid playing dress up. Like, it's a throwaway shade in this palette, and that made me so unhappy because it's not a cheap palette. It's like Natasha Denona price, but it's not bad. Like, the rest of it is pretty. I was happy that we didn't have those cream shades. I just hate that we have a dud shade in such a beautiful palette. But yeah, these tones over here in Empowered, much more of my vibe. But I know Icy Nude is like a favorite for so many people who love these really light cool tone shades. I have two palettes here from Isamaya. I know that she brought these back, updated formula, but I'm happy with mine, so I've kept these. This is the Industrial palette, and this is Industrial 2.0. She brought these back in kind of like a packaging that looks like a bean. I think it's supposed to fit like her surgical theme, but yeah, it is what it is. I thought these were really cool. I think the formulas in here are really cool. These are expensive palettes. I want to say when I bought these, they were like $115 or $120, but you get a lot of beautiful shades, and I was really excited to see palettes like this on the market. available at some larger retailers, because there are formulas in here that are very like indie-esque that you'll see with some of the smaller indie brands. I think these are so pretty. I love like shimmer palettes. I was gonna say sparkle palettes, but shimmer palettes. I love like this deeper one, the kind of more like dark, grungy, murky tones, but I also really love the brightness of this one. I definitely don't think you have to pay this type of price point for these types of shadows, but I do really like them, and I think they're really, really good. So we've been talking about some high-end. Let me pull in some ColourPop. Let's look at my Pokemon palette. This is Pokemon and ColourPop. This one is a colorful rainbow palette. It totally fits the Pokemon theme. I get why they went like rainbow with this one. It's fun. I love this. I remember watching Pokemon Indigo League as a kid with my brother, so it has all the like nostalgic vibes for me. This one, this BT21, I didn't know the musical group. I don't know the musical group. I think they're like K-pop or something, but this is cute. There are a couple of shadows in here like these that are kind of duds, but I think this is a cute palette overall. I've got a bunch of Tarte palettes here, so let's look through these. This one I bought last year when they re-released it. This is a palette that Tarte had in collaboration with Aspern Ovard so long ago, and they brought it back. So I bought it. I wanted to see what the hype was about. I do think this is a really pretty palette. It's very light. You're not going to get a lot of depth, but you can tell that by looking at the palette. I do think the formulas are very nice and pretty, and I like the packaging. I have two more of the Man-Eater palettes. Nightfall. This one I think is really pretty. I like this color story. It's very sparkly. It's very neutral with colorful options. I think this is a great palette from Tarte. I did do a video on this one, and I really like it. I really like the sparkly shades. I love that with these palettes, like this format and the one I talked about that launched earlier this year, I like that they give us different tones, different textures, different formulas. It's not just mattes and shimmers. It's metallics and like sparkle shimmers and smooth shimmers and satins. I just think these are really, really nice. This one is my favorite because of the tones. We have more warm tones in the yellows and the oranges. We have some warm browns. We have a black we can deepen things up with. We have beautiful mauve shades, a green. I think this is a great palette from Tarte. I think the formulas are great, and it's neutral enough and colorful enough. It's a really, really good one. I do want to show you like my oldest palette from Tarte. Look at this. Look at this. I actually really regret getting rid of some of my older Tarte palettes. I really regret that. I'm like so slow to get rid of things, but I got rid of some of my Tarte palettes a while ago, and I do miss them just for the nostalgic reasons. But this is a True Blood collab, so it's supposed to be like a coffin. You opened it up, there were products in here like mascara liner, I think, and then this one, it's so tore up. See, it says open after dark right here, and then we have like, mine is literally falling apart, but it makes me happy to keep it. It's Tarte True Blood, and like, this was fun. This was a fun palette. They don't even have printed names. They just have this little plasticky sheet. It's, you know, Tarte, they did something cool with this one. I wish they would do something fun like that again. But this palette, oh, look at all the fingerprints. Let me open this up because this one launched last year, and I think this was a great palette. This is so pretty. I like this one a lot. I like that we have like light and deep tones. They kind of did lighter shades over here, deeper shades over here. They gave us some color with like the oranges and the purples and the pinks, but still very neutral leaning. This was, what was this? Reflections. This was like their birthday celebration palette. I don't know if Tarte still has these. These were from holiday of 2024, and they came as like a bundle, so it was a kit of 3 palettes. You have to see like how pretty these are. I thought these were a really nice formula. I thought this was a really, really nice gift set. I'm like, wait, can I open that? I, of course, really like the warmer tones. I like that we had a warm tone, a cool tone, and then we had like a purpley mauve color story. I thought this was really cute. I thought the packaging was really cute. I thought it was very giftable. I mean, it was a gift from me to me, but I also think it would have made a good gift for someone else. I really like those. Let's look at some of my old Be Perfect palettes. These are so old. I have all of the Stacey Marie Carnival collabs. This is the first one. I won't spend too long on these. I think these are long gone, and I haven't tried anything from Be Perfect in so long. They haven't really put out anything that interests me, but this made me fall in love with Be Perfect. So I do have the 2 highlighter shades over here. And then let's see, was this the second one, the XL? I think so. Let's look at the XL Pro palette. So yeah, this was the second one because they kind of expanded on the first. They added more highlighter shade. I love these. These are some of the palettes that really made me fall in love with color because the quality was just so great. This is Carnival 3. They went for like an even brighter, bolder color story. It's so gorgeous. After that, I think they did the Antidote. Yes. So this is, yeah, the 4th. Okay, I'm like, let me make sure I'm going in order. This was supposed to be like the antidote to the color lover, but not boring because you had neutrals. You had green, neutral leaning shades, orangey, red, neutral leaning shades. Really, really pretty. Again, the quality of all these is amazing. And then we had the 5th. This was Interstellar, or this is Interstellar. It's not was, is. I know they had one more that was like their best-selling palette, but it like a bestsellers palette, of best-selling shades or something. But I already had all the palettes, so I didn't need that one. I don't know if it was like All Stars or what they called it, but Interstellar was really cool too. And they did have some pressed glitters, but they were nice pressed glitters. Like, I like these. I definitely don't go for grays, like I've been saying. So this whole part of the palette is not something that I reach for a ton, but I love the formula that Be Perfect and Stacey Marie did together. So I bought them all, no question. I've got a stack of Urban Decay palettes here. Let's look at these. We'll kind of look at the newest ones first. So these are face and eye palettes from Urban Decay. These are the Naked Shaped, and they came out with a warm and a cool. I do a video on these, so I won't talk too long about them, but I thought I would show you these side by side. You can use these on the face. They're supposed to be like multi-use palettes. Really like the formulas here. I'll say it again. I keep saying it. I wish there was another of that formula in this palette because they are so cool. The packaging is not like the tin packaging that we were used to in these Naked palettes. It is plastic, but yeah, I think this was something different for Urban Decay. Like, I'm all about brands trying something different. And then let's look at this one. This palette, the packaging on this one makes me so happy. Let me zoom you in a bit. This was the Stoned Vibes palette. And do you see this packaging? This is the cool packaging I like. Like, it is really fun and different. This is give us something different in a good way, you know? So Naked Stoned, it was full of mostly like shimmery shades. Some of them are a little squishy. They're nice. Like, they are nice. I think they're pretty, but they're definitely not like the shimmeriest, sparkliest, especially like when we're looking at Urban Decay Moon Dust or like this formula that Urban Decay has. But this packaging I love. I think this was so cool when Urban Decay did this type of packaging. I do have both of the Naked palettes. My original one, when they relaunched Naked or brought it back, I did compare it to my original. Here it is. It's so similar, so the same. And if anything, like, my old palette really holds up. Like, Urban Decay, they made a palette to last. I'm sure it's well after the expiration date, but it's still good. Like, they really made their palettes to last. So definitely check out the video if you're curious. I also have Naked 3. I really liked this one. It is cooler in tone, so I definitely used my original Naked more. It's more my type of shades, but this palette is super special to me. It has sentimental value. I remember when this launched, I remember getting this palette for Christmas from my husband, being so excited. It's just, it's really, it's such a great palette. Like, I loved Urban Decay, and I still do, honestly. Like, they went through a little dry spell for a little bit where they weren't putting out things that I was just absolutely obsessed with, but This year, they have come back with a bang. Like, some of their products are going to be in my yearly favorites. This year and last year, honestly. Like, their new Face Bond foundation, I love it. Let's look at some more of my Oden's Eye palettes. I have several here, okay? I just pulled these. Need to reorganize these, so this is perfect. This is Gourmande 2. So I want to go kind of like in order. We did see the original Gourmandes earlier, like they're old palettes. Gourmande 2 is so great. I love this color story. I love the formula. Every single shade in here. I love this color story. I feel like we have these fiery tones, we have these beautiful blue sky tones, and then we have beautiful purples. It just makes sense. It's so beautiful. Every shade in here is really, really great quality. Then we have Gourmande 2 Moon Wish. So this one is much more cool. Let me actually show you these two side by side. It's way more cool in tone, really pretty though. Purples with blues, with neutral, with yellow. I feel like when you first look at this palette, you're like, oh, okay, cool purpley tones. But really, like the pop of yellow is unexpected, the pop of blue, the pink, the neutral tones. It's just a really well thought out color story that I think is so, so good. Two of my favorite palettes that Oden's Eye has ever done is Jules and Gem. This one, look, like this is just beautiful. This palette and Stone and Rock, I would recommend again and again and again. Stone and Rock is one of my favorite palettes in my collection. I love these tones. I love these palettes. Like, these are top favorite palettes for me. They are so dang good. Beautiful formulas, beautiful color stories. Everything about these is just beautiful. I love these. I cannot rave enough. Let's look at all of my Oden's Eye holiday palettes. We'll look at them individually and then I'll kind of lay all of them out together. Not the mega palettes, the ones that are in this size. So this is the Merry Christmas palette. Well, no, let me start. Okay, Christmas Eve comes before Christmas, right? So the Christmas Eve palette. This is a beloved palette from the brand. I love this. I feel like everybody loves this palette. It's such a gorgeous color story. We'll lay them all out together after we go through them individually, but let's look at Merry Christmas. This is so pretty. Like, I can't pick a favorite between the two, Christmas Eve or the Christmas palette. Beautiful shades, absolutely gorgeous. I'm so happy when they brought these palettes back the year after they sold out because they're so good. So we next have Hey Reindeer. I really felt like this was vintage Christmas vibes. This one, along with the other one, let me show you, Snow Dream. These launched together, and something about the tones in this one and the Hey Reindeer just gave me like the colors that I look at when I'm looking at pictures from like my parents when they were kids on Christmas. Like, just the colors, like, they pull from that. I don't know. It was very old school, soft Christmas, romantic Christmas. I'm into it. And then we had the Rosy Jingle palette. This I loved because I immediately thought of like the Nutcracker Christmas, like ballerina, whimsy Christmas. And I talked about it in my video. I even showed like some photos to like kind of capture what I was thinking, because I was definitely thinking like the Nutcracker, the ballerina, that type of Christmas, like super, super cute. And then we had Silvery Bliss, which was more of like a traditional, like snowy winter cabin vibe Christmas is what I got with this one. Beautiful quality of all of these, absolutely love. But let me line these all up and zoom you out so we can kind of get a look all together. Oh, is that not so aesthetically pleasing? Like, I just love to look at that. The packaging, it makes me so ready for Christmas. It makes me so ready. I am so ready now. I'm ready for Christmas. I want to sit down. I want to do my makeup. I want to create 1,000 looks. I want to play with these colors. I don't know. It's so pretty. Like, I'm just, oh, this makes me so, so happy. We'll go ahead and look at some more of my Oden's Eye palettes. So this is the Norns. I love this palette. So when they brought it back in their newer formula, their newer pan, I immediately went onto the site and bought it. Same color story, same artwork, same everything except the formula and pan shape. This is the newer updated formula. So I bought this ASAP because I loved the color story of the original. I think it's so good. And I have the first palette I ever bought from Oden's Eye. Eye is the Alva palette. Let me open this one up right there. So pretty, but definitely older in their older pans, everything, their older formula. And the Alva 2, this one, so colorful, so fun, so nostalgic. But I definitely love Oden's Eye's newer formula. I loved these at the time, but they've definitely improved and kept up with the times. I've got a few of my Makeup by Mario palettes here. Let's see. This one, okay, this is the Neutrals. What is this one actually called? Master Mattes the Neutrals. Well, that's not very complicated. I should be able to remember that. This one is neutrals, right? Like straight up neutrals with some cool tones, but these neutrals do pull very cool on me. Probably not if you have a cooler undertone, they probably look more neutral. This is the Master Mattes. This one is my preference, like the palette that I like most, because it is neutral for me, and I can see where some people would be a bit too warm, but I really like these. I think the quality of these are very blendable and creamy, but in a powder way. This one I bought first. I really liked formula, so I went back and bought this one. This one is not like old. I bought it at the same time I bought this one, and they do feel like the same formula to me. Really, really pretty. And I also bought last year's holiday palette, Ethereal Eyes. I think, yeah, Moonlight. I was like, is it Moonlight or Midnight? This is a great palette. These types of tones are not my personal preference, but I love this for a cool tone palette. Like, this is really good. The sparkles in here are very, like, topper-like. They're very fine. They give you a dispersed, sparkly, shimmery look that I really like. I can see why Mario does these palettes each year. I didn't get the first palette when he launched the very first one, and I really do regret it. But I am so happy that I purchased this year's version, and that will be in my palette ranking coming up. These are typically the neutral palettes from Makeup by Mario, but I hope that he does another one next year. This one, really, really pretty though. I think these are great palettes. I think Mario did a really good job with these. Let's look at all of my Unearthly palettes that are in this type of format. I think this is all of them. I desperately need to reorganize. This is High Temp. This one is still available at Unearthly. I think this is one of their permanent palettes, and this is such a good palette. It is such a good palette. The mattes in here are beautiful. The shimmer's perfect. Like, Unearthly did such a great job with this one. It's a matte heavy palette, so if you like that, this could definitely be for you. It is absolutely beautiful, and I do think Unearthly is transitioning all of their palettes to their new formula and their new format. So I'm not sure if this one is still on the site. I think it is. I think some of these are. So if you're wanting them before they get like redone, you might want to pop over and check that out. Let's look at Don't Be Jelly, because Don't Be Jelly was like the first palette to be in this formula and in this format from the brand. This is one of my favorite palettes that they've done because the formulas are just absolutely stunning. This shade right here, oh, it is so perfect. I love this one. I think this one is still around. I need to go peek at the Unearthly site and see like what's in stock and what they have, what they're redoing, but isn't that stunning? We also have Charmer. This one is one that launched in a mystery box from Unearthly, and it was for like their Valentine's Day collection. This was a really cool but unexpected color story. Beautiful shades. The quality of everything in this one, of course, is wonderful. Dreamer, I believe, is still available at Unearthly. I don't know that this one has been reformulated or repackaged yet, but I love this one. This is an amazing palette. It is more on the cool tone side, but the formulas and the blendability and the shade pairings just make me absolutely love this palette. Let's look at Sorceress Smoke. This is like a neutral palette for Unearthly for sure. This, again, I don't know if they're like reformulating or updating, but I can only speak to this version that I have. And one of my favorite palettes in my entire collection because it's just genius. I love the way she arranged this like in duos, or of course you can use it all together. But if you just want to use two shades, you can just go by column. It's perfect. It's beautiful. This is a Valentine's palette. I can't remember if it was in a mystery box or if Renew what the box, I don't remember, but I love this palette, and I think this is such a good color story. I think if Unearthly does another Valentine's Day palette, they could definitely bring this color story back. So pretty. The formula in all of these palettes is absolutely amazing. This is their Get Groovy palette. I don't think they have this one anymore. It is like a small condensed rainbow palette, so I don't think they would bring this one back, especially now that they have the new Dead Cute palette that we talked about way earlier, but I still keep and love and treasure this one. This is Fall Magic. This one is the re-release of Fall Magic. I do have the old Fall Magic. I need to pull that out. It's in a different format, so I've got it stored differently, but this is a beautiful color story, beautiful, beautiful fall tones. And then Devour. This is one of my favorite palettes too. I keep saying this is a favorite, because these were all so good. Like, these are amazing palettes. I love this color story. I think it's so good. This multi-chrome right here called Trap, like, oh, don't even talk about it. It's so gorgeous. I only have one palette from Lawless. This is the Dreamy Dozen Volume 2. This is a neutral palette. The shadows in here are really nice though. They are very smooth shimmers, very smooth and easy to work with mattes. They're not super pigmented, definitely lightly pigmented, but the pigment is there and you can definitely build them up, and the shimmers are just very smooth. It's overall like it's a really nice palette, and it definitely is the type of color story that fits the Lawless aesthetic. Let's look at some of the collab palettes that launched this year. I'm trying to like make my way through all of these palettes bin by bin, and I'm just having so much fun. This is a collab between BellaBeauteBar and Napur. This is Coalescence. This is such a pretty palette, but I'm trying not to blind you with the light. This is a gorgeous color story. I love the selection of tones she chose. I love that we have all these mid-tone mattes. I've had so much fun with this palette. Super excited. I just love seeing other creators get to work with their favorite brands, especially when they put out palettes as beautiful as this one. This is my friend Betty Jean. This is another collab. I feel like we've seen so many Betty Jean collabs already. Like, she is killing it. This is the Witch's Familiar from Fantasy Cosmetica. And isn't that a beautiful color story? It's so colorful and vibrant, and I think she did an amazing job. I love all of the shades. I think it's just so beautiful. I love the packaging. I love it all. This is a palette from Diveroon and Andromeda. So pretty. This is Magnetic Mineralia. I have followed Andromeda for so many years, and I love the color story that they chose, the formulas that they chose. Diveroon has a beautiful formula. All of these shadows are absolutely stunning. After that one, oh, this is Wicked Widow American Psycho. So this is like a franchise collab. Here, this color story is not particularly one that I love, but I also don't really know the movie, so I'm sure it makes total sense to the movie. This is really nice formula. Wicked Widow has a really great eyeshadow formula, and we'll definitely see some color stories from them that I do like a lot more than that. This is a collab between Game Beauty and Street Fighter. This one is definitely like lots of wasted space, but I get it when it makes sense for a collab. I don't play this game, so I don't know, but they made a full collection, and the quality of the shadows here is really, really beautiful. This is a Twilight New Moon and ColourPop collab. I do have the other Twilight palette, but this one launched this year, so it's with my this year palettes, and I really like this color story. I definitely prefer this color story over the one from their original Twilight palette because it is much warmer in tone. How about these two palettes from Question Beauty? It caught my eye with the dragon on the front. I have not reviewed these yet, but I definitely will. I just need to play around with them a little bit more. Question Beauty is an indie brand, and I also bought this one with the butterflies. I like this packaging. I think this is really cool. Beautiful, warmer color story right here. Isn't that's a pretty color story. I like the dragons on this palette, but I like the color story of this one better. After that, this is a Morphe palette. This is one of their newer ones. This is Flickering Sands, and I thought this is a good palette. I think these palettes from Morphe are really good. They did send me these, so I'll definitely have to pull out the other ones, but this is the one that I've used most and played with most, and I thought it was really, really nice. It's very like pretty shimmers that are easy to use and work with, mattes that are easy to work with, not too big pigmented like right out of the gate, but easy to build and blend. Let's look at some of my Sigma minis. I have a lot of little quads from Sigma. I have Creme Brulee. These are really great quads. Like, I really like these. I think they're sleek, they're simple, they're perfect for travel, they're perfect for easy, quick looks. And I love that we have like 2 mattes. We have this really soft shimmer, and then we have a more like metallic shimmer. I love that there's so many different like formulas in their quads. I just really appreciate that. They gave us 2 mattes here in Blueberry Parfait. They gave us a more sparkling matte that's like this beautiful slate color and a beautiful metallic. And Peach Pie, I think this is one of their most popular ones because people seem to really love this one. You have 2 peachy shades and a shimmer. Caramel Apple, of course, is my personal favorite. You get the greens and the beautiful shimmer shades. I like Tiramisu is more of like cool toned browns. These quads, they're just so good. Like I was saying earlier, skip the Hourglass, go with the Sigma. This is Bonbon. It's more like mauve-y red tones. Super duper pretty, all of these. This is a Too Faced mini holiday palette that they launched last year. I think this had some really beautiful formulas. I thought this one was really, really good. I wish Too Faced would come out with more little palettes like that in their permanent line. Cinnamon Swirl, I love. I think this was a great palette from Too Faced. It definitely has that like holiday feel with the cinnamon rolls. It smells good. It performs well. These palettes from Too Faced are really good. I'm sad that they don't do these anymore. Aptly in Love was another one that I really enjoyed. It's like half colorful, half a neutral, really fun. I thought Too Faced did a great job with this one. Really enjoy it. Again, I so wish that they would bring this format of palettes back because they're great. I still have my Sweet Peach palette. I love this one. I bought this actually the first launch. Like I waited in the long online queue and I got my hands on it and really love this one. I used to wear this one to work all the time. Then this is Italian Spritz. This is a full-on colorful palette from Too Faced with just a couple of neutral shades. I think it's so good. I wish it were permanent to their line because the formula is great. I have one palette here. This was a gift. This is the Trixie Cosmetics Extravaganza palette. The color story is really pretty, kind of rainbow-esque, but I love that we have these green and yellow tones, and it was a gift from a friend, so I do treasure it. Let's look at my Pat McGrath small palettes. This one is from the Star Wars collection. I really liked this collection. I love my Pat McGrath palettes. These are so cute. This is like the formula that is in the new holiday palette. This is an all shimmer sparkle palette. We have this one. This one was my favorite out of all of the little mini Star Wars palettes. I thought it was so cute. Another all shimmer palette, but deeper, darker colors, really pretty. We've got this one with C3PO on the front, more like shimmer shades with 2 matte shades. Really pretty. I like these. Here I have Bronze Bliss, and this one launched with this palette. This one is Nude Allure. Let me show you these. I definitely like this one over here more. It was more cool toned, but it was deeper, darker. And this one really pretty with more like rosy type colors. Both of those are pretty, but I have a couple of more minis. This one launched at holiday of last year. It's just a little duo. Pat McGrath launched several of these duos with their holiday collection, and I liked, like, these colors were kind of calling to me. Here is Midnight Voyage and Sublime Smoke. These were 2 palettes that Pat McGrath launched that were just tiny, tiny. They're really pretty. They don't have any of the like special Pat McGrath Mothership formula, but they are good, solid little mini palettes. I thought they were so cute. I did buy the newest Pat McGrath palette in the purple packaging. I could not resist. This is Petalmorphosis. I bought the one in the black packaging, couldn't resist, went and bought it in the purple packaging too because it's special and beautiful and I love it. And I know it does make sense to buy 2 and I know it's so expensive, but I can't help myself. I just love it so much. I have both of the Bridgerton collabs. So this one is the one that launched first. These aren't available anymore, but I love these. I love the show. Well, I love the books the most, but actually maybe the show better, but I did read the books. They are good. And I love my Bridgerton palettes. That was such a fun collection collab, I think. Let's look at these Motherships. I think it's so pretty. I love my Pat McGrath palettes. I know some of these Motherships are not available anymore. Some of them are. I treasure mine. This one is the Utopian Dream Mothership. This one is still available, I think. Beautiful shades, sparkly, shimmery, splendid. Lovely collection. Like, I really enjoy that one. I also bought Divine Rose 2 in the pink kind of metallic mirrored packaging. I love the special packaging. I can't resist it. So pretty. Such a beautiful color story. I love my Pat McGrath palettes. I really do. I think they're stunning. Here's another Mothership palette. It's one of her first ones. It doesn't have any of those baked shades, but it does have beautiful shimmer metallics. This is the Moonlit Seduction Mothership palette. Absolutely gorgeous. Like this color story so much. I think the shades are just beautiful, and they have those beautiful shimmer shades. I love the luxurious formula of Pat McGrath. This is her Venetian Sunrise Quad. I like this one, but I like this one better. This one is Voyeuristic Vixen. I like the formulas over here better. This one is good, but this one has more of that like Pat McGrath quality that I'm looking for. While we're here, let me show you my Tati Beauty palette. This is an old one. I think this is a great palette. Every single shade in here is beautiful. The formulas are great. Everything about this palette is just top notch in my opinion. I've got some Pat McGrath holiday palettes here. This was last year's palette. Pretty color story. Same formula that we have this year. I have this one. This was Celestial Divinity. This one was so fun, so colorful. None of these holiday palettes have her Mothership formula, but it's still beautiful. This one is her Artistry palette. Let me see. Get it open. Here we go. This was another one that was fun and colorful, and I'm just realizing I have a broken shade. Oh, that stings. I'm gonna press that back in later and clean this one up. That makes me so sad though. Okay, let's look here. This is the Celestial Odyssey palette, and now I need to clean up. I have shadow all over my hands, but this one I thought was really pretty too. I thought it had a cool color story, really fun. Just, I like her Pat McGrath, like, I like her holiday palettes each year. This is a Sydney Grace and Mel Thompson collab, Tiny Marvels. I love this palette. I miss Mel Thompson's videos so much, but I do cherish this palette. It's beautiful, amazing quality. I absolutely love this one. Let's look at some more palettes that launched this year in 2025. I have Unearthly Shadow Sculpt. All of these you will be seeing in my year-end palette ranking. We have Bonfire from Glaminatrix. I love this color story. I love this palette. I think they killed it. I have the Plastic palette from Blend Bunny. This is the first time Blend Bunny did a palette like this in this format, and they did such a good job with it. Like, it's so good. Here I have this Smitten palette from Diveroon. This launched around Valentine's Day, and I think this is such a cute Valentine's Day color story. Diveroon did a great job with this one. Next, I have Nevermore. These are my Gourmande Girl palettes. This is a great launch from the brand. I love this color story. It's definitely one of my top favorites that they've ever done. I think it's just so fun and cool and unique. Here I have Trapped. Trapped is a very pretty color story. I do have a video on this one. It's this fun like Venus flytrap theme, super bright, super colorful, and Cobra. Oh, Klarity. Okay, this is Klarity. I was like, I thought this was a stack of Gourmande Girls, but I'm getting organized. So this is my Cobra palette from Klarity. I love green shadow. I love green shadow, always have, always will. So I think this is such a pretty palette. And Bitten. This one and Nevermore. I'm like, which one is my favorite? Because they're so good, y'all. Like, they're so good. I love this color story too. Let me slide in. I've got some more. This is from Chokehold Cosmetics. This palette, the quality is nice. I don't love having cheek palettes in an eyeshadow palette, but I do think this is really pretty. I have a couple of palettes here from Krypton Cosmetics. This, look at that. This is Sunset Symphony. It's like summer in a palette. There are some very like squishy emollient type shimmers in here. Really fun and beautiful. And this one, I bought Secret Garden 1. So this is Secret Garden 1, super beautiful fall color story. Here I have Agate Temptation, a palette from Singe Beauty. This one is brand new. I actually ordered a new one because I gave a friend the other one. So I think this is a beautiful color story, stunning. Love it. Love everything about this one. Here I have Nomad Fairy Tale Europe. This is beautiful. I think Nomad was genius putting all the neutral shades in the mattes and then bringing in colorful shimmers. This is the Après Chic palette. I really enjoyed this one too. This is more cool in tones, but it's very colorful. I can see where a lot of cool tone color lovers would really like this one. The quality is great, really pretty. I love this Pacific Northwest palette so much more than I initially thought. The colors are stunning, beautiful, intense, so here for it. Nomad has had so many releases this year. Look at this one. This one may be my favorite Nomad palette, but I don't know which city. Salem. This is so colorful. It's giving me Hocus Pocus, Kid at Halloween, fun Halloween vibes. And here is America's Route 66. This is another fun theme. Wow, this is really a lot of Nomad launches this year, isn't it? Like, because we've already talked about some, right? But anyways, let's look at how pretty this color story. It's very muted, desaturated tones. Super gorgeous. I also have, let's pull right over here. I have my Glaminatrix Grounded palette. They launched this one after an April Fool's Day palette. I picked the Grounded palette. I think the color story is beautiful. The shadows are beautiful, and I liked the artwork too. I thought that was super pretty. This is Down to Earth. This is new from Simply Posh. Simply Posh launched 4 new palettes this year, so I'm super excited about that. I love this one though. It's saturated. It's beautiful tones. I'm so loving this color story. I think Black Cherry is very beautiful as well. It's a lot more, it's not monochromatic, but it is more monochromatic than some of their other palettes, if that makes sense. We do still have like non-pinky berry shades, but I think this one's really beautiful. And then we have Snow Angel. Snow Angel is definitely muted tones, desaturated color, but very pretty. And I love the format of Simply Posh palettes. This is Golden Tides from DeDe Signature. This is in collaboration with Miriam. This is a really pretty palette. I think this is like so fun, the way it has the neutral shades and the pops of color. Really beautiful 9-pan. This is Bougie from Klarity. Super pretty, like peachy, berry, romantic-y tones. I've got another few palettes here from DeDe Signature. This is Drops of Fantasy. Absolutely beautiful. All of these launched this year, so they will be in my year-end palette ranking. I've got From the Roots. This one is also a beautiful color story. We've got some beautiful cool tone neutrals along with beautiful pops of color, nice shimmers, nice mattes. We have Broken Jewels. This is also so pretty. DeDe Signature has beautifully pigmented shadows. They are intense, but they are also easy to work with. All 3 of these, amazing formulas. Amazing formulas. Just pick the color story you like best because the formulas are amazing. I've got a palette here from Divaroon. This is Bizarre Botanicals. This may be my favorite palette from the brand. We'll definitely see some of their older palettes in a bit, but this has got to be my favorite from the brand. It's a really, really, really beautiful palette. I think they really just, they nailed this one. They really did. I've got a Gourmande Girls palette here. This is Mocha Moment. This is Gourmande Girls, like cool neutral with the twist palette. Super beautiful. I have Call of the Sirens from Gourmande Girls. I love this one. Every single shade in here is a really great, beautiful, like solid formula. Absolutely gorgeous. I really like the cheek palette that launched with this one as well. Let's look at the Arcana palette from Arttitude. I really love the dragon artwork. I love dragons in any form. This is a cool tone palette. Very desaturated tones. Very pretty. I think if you want something like not so muted, definitely go for the newer one that we talked about earlier. But the Sirens palette, but this one, oh, this is pretty too. Very beautiful muted tones, and I keep it in its sleeve because I do think that's really beautiful. This is Ink and Roses. This one they launched at, I was going to say Halloween. No, Valentine's Day. Beautiful, beautiful. We do have some super deep, rich colors, and then we have all these desaturated colors as well. They just pair so beautifully together, and this palette, like I can tell when I use it, it's so easy to use. And when this was being created, obviously they were thinking about how you put together a makeup look and not just thinking about like what colors look pretty in a palette, because all of these shades pair so well together. I've got a couple of new palettes here from Electrum Cosmetics. This is Prismatic Dreams. These are hand pressed multi-chromes, very beautiful, very sparkly. Great, great, great palette, especially if you're looking for an all shimmer sparkle palette. I also have their dark winter palette. I have one shade that's broken, but still totally usable. All of these shades are beautiful. Look at those multi-chromes, like absolutely stunning. Electrum Cosmetics did a great job on this palette. This one launched earlier this year from Clionadh Cosmetics. This is on Topper the World, and it is a palette full of iridescent topper shades. This is stunning. This is beautiful. This is just a perfect companion palette or a perfect one and done out the door type of palette. This palette is from Glaminatrix Cosmetics. This is Timeless Tones, and we have these beautiful cool tones. Cool tone color with neutral tone in, beautiful formula, and beauty below. This is one of my favorite palettes of the year. This is from Blend Bunny, and it's just so wonderful. It has all of these deep dark tones, mid tones that I love, the colors that I love. This is honestly just such a fabulous palette. Let's go through some of my Natasha Denona palettes. I have the My Dream palette right here. So pretty, very neutral, but with some berry tones. Absolutely gorgeous. This is the Zendo palette. I love this one. This one definitely did not get the love it deserves, and I miss when Natasha Denona did some more colorful palettes like this. We'll have a ton, but she does release a lot of neutral palettes. I was sad we didn't get, I don't know. I'm always here for like all the colorful palettes, but we did get some beautiful palettes from her this year too. Here I have Yucca. Yucca is my favorite Natasha Denona palette that, well, actually, I think this may only be available on her site. I'm not sure anymore. This is Xenon. This is basically all the same. It's so gray. It's so gray. I rarely reach for this one, but I keep it because I bought it and I love Natasha Denona. Let's look at her Glam palette. This is such a cool tone palette. Cool tone neutrals, really pretty. I love this one. Even though it's cool tone, like I love this cool tone palette. Here is her golden palette. This one is stunning. I love these golden type of tones. I love the golden yellowy undertones. Yes, golden palette. I have the full collection. I love the highlighter trio from this one as well. This is the Bronze palette. This is one of my favorites. This is one of the oldest kind of in this little format that she did. It's a gorgeous palette. It's really beautiful shades, really beautiful textures. I love the cream to powder formula that this one offers. I have my I Need a Warm palette. This one is all warm tones. I hate the name, the I need a nude, I need a warm. So here's I Need a Nude. I get it. I Need a Nude works so much better than I Need a Warm, I think, in terms of names, but I get it. This, I think, should have been called, like, I Need a Peach. It has very peachy tones, but, you know, this is beautiful too, but it's so cool toned on me. So cool toned on me. This is the Biba palette. I love my Biba palette. I love my Biba palette. I love that we have different undertones. I love that we have different formulas. I do have that cream to powder formula that I love. Everything about this one, amazing. All right, I have more Natasha Denona. This is the Circo Loco palette. I'm sorry if my voice is a little different. I started losing my voice, so I'm back another day, and I don't know that my voice has fully come back, but that's what I get for talking so much. This is one of my favorite palettes. This is so great. It's so colorful. I love the formulas. I love everything about this palette. It's so fun, so different. Like, such a good Natasha palette. Let's look at this one. This is one of her newer ones. Oh my gosh, you see how much like fingerprints get on this. This is the Roxa palette. This was actually Natasha Denona's holiday palette for 2024. I really like this one. I think this was so fun. I love that we have these purple shades, but it's not just purple monochromatic palette, because we do have some pinks, mauves, some more even like red tones. We have a deep neutral brown that is more of that like purpley tone. So maybe not even neutral, maybe like really cool tone leaning, but this is a really great palette. I have the Retro palette. This one is so pretty too. This is definitely for those like romantic mauve-y type looks. If these are your colors, I think you'll really like this one. I've actually recommended this palette specifically to lots of people I know, like in my family, my friends, because people love these tones, and I think this palette is such great quality. Let's look at the Love palette, because the Retro palette, I know people compare to the Love as well as the Roxa palette, but this palette, this one, I have a lot of good memories with this one. I took this traveling with me. My husband and I went to Cuba for a week, and I got to take this palette, and I just loved it so much, wore it so much. It's really beautiful. I love the theme. I love that we just went for like full-on love, red and pink and purple. It's just, yeah, it's beautiful. This shade right here, I loved. It's old. It's so many years old, but I still love it. Looking at the pastel palette, this one is so good too. This is exactly what it says it is. It is pastel shades. Like, you have these very light tones, and we have some of that cream to powder formula that I love. I really like this. I don't do all pastel looks really unless I'm just reviewing a palette. I use them to mix and match with other palettes. So that's more what this is for me, a companion palette, and I love it for that. This is the Sunrise palette. This was actually a gift, so I'm so happy to have this one. I love the tones in this palette. I love the yellows, I love the oranges, I love the peachy tones, and the kind of like berry-esque type of shades. The formulas in here are beautiful. You can see like several dips in the pan where I was having fun with this one creating looks. I have the Retro Glam. This is not the funnest color story for me in the way I like to do my makeup, but I am happy I have this one and can mix and match it with my other palettes. This is very, very light overall. I love that I have a cream to powder shade in here, and I do like the shades individually. It's just not like the most complete look palette for me and how I like to do my makeup. Let's look at this one. This is the Trio Chrome palette. This is another one that I love from Natasha. This is a favorite for me. I love that we have a trio of chrome shades. So we have those 3 multi-chrome shades kind of right there in the middle. They're very subtle. They're very beautiful, especially if a texture on your lids. These matte shades, there's something about the undertones that are very unique and different in my collection, and I enjoy this one so, so much. My favorite Natasha Denona palette, still my favorite ever. I'll give it to Yucca now for my current favorite, but this one like reigns supreme. This is the Metropolis palette. This was my first time ever trying Natasha Denona shadows. I bought this palette and I love it. I still love it. I still love the color story. There's something so unique and interesting about this. This is some of the best formulas ever in my opinion. I love that I have like oranges and olives that are more on that warm side. I love that I have warm neutrals and more like neutral neutrals. I love that I have pops of navy and blue in here. There's just something so interesting and unique and special about this palette. I have yellow, like the more I look at it, the more I love it. It's such a good one. I've got just a few more Natasha Denona palettes. This is the Love Face palette. So this palette has 5 eyeshadows and 2 cheek products. I like that Natasha Denona offers like different color varieties when she does this. Not all brands do that, but I don't reach for cheek and eye products or palettes that have both in them. I just don't reach for them like I do my other things. I know for so many people they're perfect because it's like so easy if you're traveling or if you have a more minimal collection and you want to be quick. It can be so easy for that. So I do see who would love this type of palette. This one, what did I say? This is the Hyper Natural palette. I hate the bronzers in there. I hate. This is the Glam Face palette. This one, I do have the deeper version. I like that you can kind of pick, you know, usually with Natasha, there's a couple of offerings, not always, but I do appreciate that. And like I said, I love Natasha Denona, so I'm going to buy all of her stuff. And I love reviewing her stuff for y'all too. Let's look at my Lunar Beauty collection. I love Lunar Beauty. They're one of my favorites. And I think their packaging, their color stories, everything are so fun. Moonspell, this is like one of my prized possessions. It's so cool. It looks like a book. I know, like, this one has been gone for so long, but the color story, it makes me so happy. It really does. It gives me Hocus Pocus kid Halloween type of vibes. The packaging is stunning, and I do keep it in its like original sleeve, so it's like a book sleeve. You kind of like put it back in there. It's just absolutely stunning. And that leads me to Moonspell Volume 2. Yes, I do still have the sleeve for that too. So we have beautiful packaging, this time with like the red burgundy feel. It's a larger palette, and I like this one so much too. So beautiful. The matte red in here is gorgeous. All the shimmer shades, beautiful. I wish we could get like Moonspell Volume 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's look. I have so many of these palettes. This is the Life's a Drag Facelift. I did not buy the first palette, the Life's a Drag palette, but this was kind of the updated version that had the half neutral, half colorful, mostly matte with the 3 shimmers down the middle. That one is cute. We have, let's look at this one, the Siren Sunset. I was going to say Sunset Symphony for some reason, but Siren Sunset. This is a beautiful palette too. This does have some more like neutral to cool tones and then some cooler colors. Really beautiful. We have a beautiful like shifting multi-chrome shade in here. I thought that was really exciting for Lunar Beauty. I know we have not had any new eyeshadow palettes this year from Lunar Beauty, but they've launched some complexion products, and I do have reviews of those up on my channel. I also bought the Strawberry Dream. This is one of my favorites in my collection, and I just think this is so special. If I'm not mistaken, this one was actually in store at Sephora. A couple of the Lunar Beauty palettes were for a little while, and I just remember thinking this is so beautiful. I had to have it, and a little bit goes a long way with Lunar Beauty shadows. They're beautiful and pigmented and special. This is another palette that, you know, like, I'll never let this one go. I will never let this go. This is Greek Goddess. I also have the Greek Goddess Face palette. This is a theme that I love. I love mythology, myths, legends, everything like that. This is a gorgeous palette that's not, like, at first glance, you may think neutrals with a pop of blue, but no, like the yellow, the orange, the burgundy with the neutrals, like all of these just pair so well together. It's so well thought out. It's so beautiful. The packaging is so special. Like, I just, I love. This is a palette that Lunar Beauty did that was like an advent calendar. So you got the palette, and then you had 12 days of shadows to open up and arrange how you like. And I remember, like, the customers and people were so upset because they expected like blues and purples, and I get that. I definitely get that this color story doesn't fit the packaging, but I really like this color story, and this is a color story that was way more me, so I didn't mind that. I think this is really beautiful. I think it was a really cute concept, and I wish the brand would actually do something like that again. This is Eternal Eclipse. Look at that packaging. It's just so special. I love this palette too. It is a cool tone palette, but thankfully we do have some warmth in here too. I think this is beautiful. I think every single shade is so good. I love the embossings on the pan. My current favorite from Lunar Beauty is the Moonshroom palette. Again, with that beautiful packaging that Lunar Beauty does. And this color story is so perfect. I love it. It's so, I don't know, like Brady Bunch type of colors. It makes me feel so happy. It makes me want to wear bell bottoms. It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. Every single shade in here is so beautiful. I love the like periwinkle pop that we have. I think that's so cool. Let's look at this one. This is Nude Prism. I love when Lunar Beauty does the packaging with the moon. It just feels right to me when I see it. It makes me so happy. And this is a neutral palette, full on. We do have some pinky peach leaning shades, so beautiful. Of course, I love these shades down here. The shimmers in here are really beautiful. They look like that kind of wet metallic type of formula on the eyes. Really stunning and beautiful. I have Full Fantasy. Now, this was a collaboration between Laura Lee Los Angeles and Lunar Beauty. They did a palette together, and I loved it. I mean, I love Lunar Beauty. I don't really have anything bad to say about their palettes. They always perform so well for me. We have gorgeous light and deep shades in our matte formulas. We do have some color in here so that it's not just brown. We have gorgeous undertones in the brown shades that we do have. And yeah, I definitely recommend Lunar Beauty if you have not tried the brand. This is a palette that they launched last year, and this is like 2 palettes in one. It's magnetic, so they stick together back to back like that. We have the DeDe palette over here that is pinky neutrals, like pinky peachy undertones. Over here on the back, the night side of the palette, we definitely have some deeper shades. These do pull kind of peachy on me, but we have a gorgeous like light to dark selection with both, and I think this was a really cute and fun concept. Now let's look at all of my melt palettes. Let's start with Electrip. I showed some melt palettes earlier, some of my smaller palettes, but this is kind of where I was keeping all my melts. I do tend to store my palettes by brand, so sometimes I'll put mini palettes together separately, but for the most part, I try to keep the brands together. That's just kind of how like my mind works for organization and when I'm thinking and looking of a palette. This is a really pretty palette. I am always excited about melts. I always want to buy their stuff. I don't have every melt palette, but this is one that I thought was really pretty. I don't think it was as special as some of the other melt palettes that we're going to talk about that I think just have a really cool like theme and color story and vibe, but I do think this one is pretty and I do like it. This is Brunette. This is a very basic palette for melt. This is just a neutral palette. It does go from light to deep. I like that. I thought this was a pretty palette. I can see like it was kind of boring for melt, but also I do think brands like should have a neutral palette in their line, kind of offer something for everybody. It's really pretty. I like melt. Melt makes very pigmented shadows. So let's look at Blueprint. I have this palette. I did not own the Blueprint stack. I never bought any of the melt stacks. I wasn't really ever interested in that format of palettes, so I did buy this one when they transformed it into like this, like more of a traditional style palette, not a like stack of shadows. This is here. We'll look at Smoke Sessions. Smoke Sessions I love. This is a newer Smoke Sessions. I had Smoke Sessions. I bought it. It came kind of like shattered and the shadows were puffing out of the pan, and Melt did replace it for me. And this one I haven't had that issue. This shadow over here is very soft though, so you can see it's broken a little bit, but it's still totally usable. So that is a-okay with me. I have this palette. I think this is so beautiful. So this was a part of their Amore Mary Poses collection. I love that we have the heart in the center. I love the hummingbirds around with the butterflies, Mary Poses around. I think it's absolutely beautiful. I loved this color story. This is very different from Melt. You're gonna see in all these palettes, if you haven't seen before this one, that we don't really get circle pans from Melt. We don't get big palettes from Melt. And I just thought this one was really good. I thought it was really pretty. Of course, the layout is super simple to use. If you just stick with each row, you kind of have a color story that makes sense. I think it's really, really a beautiful palette. This is Vida and Muerte. These palettes are so special. I love these. These sold out and came back and sold out and came back, and I was so happy to get my hands on these. So we do have kind of life and death represented here. I really like that. I like that theming overall. We saw that kind of with Cosmic Beauty earlier with their love and death palettes. I just think it's, I don't know, I love the theme. So over here for Vida, of course, there was like this bright, fun, beautiful color story. My personal favorite, Muerte, over here has the deeper color story, but I love that they represented like Muerte in still a colorful way, still a beautiful way. So you kind of get this like gorgeous color story either way. I don't know. I just really love it. The packaging is raised with the texture. It's overall stunning. This is Creature from the Black Lagoon. It was a quad that was released last year as a part of Melt's Universal Monsters collection. I like this quad. I think it's very pretty. I do think like this shade is maybe a bit bland. I get that it's for like blending or something, but I still would have preferred maybe like a blackened shimmer. I think that would have been more interesting and fun in this palette, but it's really cute. Over here, I have Mary Jane. I really like this palette. This palette, I feel like, got mixed reviews when it launched because it is super pigmented and some of the shimmers have a lot of texture. I really like that. I thought it was so beautiful. I like that even though these are cooler tones, there was something about them in the undertones, like this shade, that just were very like interesting to me, and I enjoyed this one a lot. I do have the original Gemini. I keep this one. I have a lot of memories. I've taken this traveling with me so much, so some shades are shattered, but I kind of take responsibility for that. I mean, that's kind of what happens sometimes when you travel with your palettes and you're not the most gentle with them. But here is the Gemini that they brought back. I don't know if this is permanent to their line or not. I love it though. Like, I love this color story. I feel like now you can get this color story a dozen times over from a dozen different brands, but at the time it was very unique and different. And they came out with Gemini 2, which I really enjoy as well. This is what mine looks like. This shade looks a bit weird. I've been told it's not mold, but it's just like the aging shadow. I don't know. I don't have that problem from other brands, but I keep this. I don't use that shade though, just in case. I just love Melt. I love Melt. I love their shadows. I love their palettes. Okay, let's look at this one. This is the 420 palette. It's kind of hard to show on camera, but you see, it's got that different type of packaging. I think this is a really pretty palette. I do think this is not the easiest to work with formula, but I love these shades and I can definitely make it work. It just takes a little extra blending if you're wanting to go in and do like a deep dramatic look, but the tones of this are so beautiful. I really enjoy it. I do have the Bailey Sarian collabs. I love Bailey Sarian's videos. I definitely have a parasocial relationship, one-sided relationship with her. This is Fatally Yours. I think this is a stunning palette. I love that the tones are so grungy and deep and saturated, and it's just a me type of color story. Very beautiful. All matte palette. I can definitely reach for some of my all shimmer palettes to pair with this one. And then the second collab that Bailey Sarian and Melt did has this kind of this like squish type packaging. And it's a beautiful color story. It is much more cool tone. It's not a me type of color story, but I do really enjoy it. I don't want everything to always be the same, you know? So just because like a palette has a gray doesn't mean I don't like it. I don't often reach for grays, but I still love the palettes. I don't usually keep boxes for my palettes except when they are this beautiful. So I wanted to show you these. This is the Melt Nightmare Before Christmas Tim Burton collab. I bought the full collections. I do have videos on both of these palettes and their full collections up on my channel. Let's look at Oogie Boogie and his bad self on this palette. I know, like I said, I do have videos up on my channel of these. Opening this up, I think this is such a fun color story. I really do. I think it's so cool and wacky and different, and it gives me those Nightmare Before Christmas feels that I want. Like, it's so pretty. I loved the formulas in this one as well. And then for holiday, they gave us the the Christmas Town palette. I'm like, Halloween? No, Christmas Town palette. So we have Jack and we have Zero on the cover of this one. Really, really cute. I love this color story too. I think the color story of both of these are super duper fun. Let me kind of move and put these together so that you can see them side by side. I think you definitely don't have to have both palettes. Like, the color stories of both individually are so cool and different, but having them both together, I see like how many shade pairings I could do, how I could play with these together. It's just really, really fun. This is what I love from Melt. The fun, the different ideas, the layout of the palettes, the layout of the pans. Like, it works. It works so well. All the detailing. This type of thing is what I love from Melt. I also keep the boxes from the Beetlejuice collab that Melt did. It's just so fun to me and I didn't want to get rid of it. So this is the Waiting Room palette. I love this thick, like acrylic packaging. I think it was so perfect for the theme, and I really love this palette. I, as somebody who's not like a gray lover, love that I have the options in grays so that I can make sure I get a really nice blend. Like I have the black and then the deep mid-tone gray, the mid-tone gray, the light gray, so I can get a nice transition. I really, really liked this palette, but the one I liked even more was the Recently Deceased palette because hello color, hello purple and green. I said earlier, I love purple and green together, and that's what this palette is giving me, all in the Beetlejuice vibe, all in the Beetlejuice theme, which of course I absolutely love. Let's go through and look at all of my Sigma palettes. I have a lot of Sigma palettes. I absolutely love the brand. So let me pull these out and we can talk about them. Looking first at Nomad, this is a beautiful, beautiful palette. It is mauve tones, so pretty. I love the way Sigma laid the palette out because I feel like if you work in quads, you can get really easy, simple looks. Of course, all the tones in the palette work so well together. We have a beautiful duochrome up there, like this beautiful, like kind of crushed velvet type packaging. It's so, so pretty. Let's look at this palette. This is a old palette from Sigma. Like this one launched so long ago. This is Sigma and Stephanie Lang. I don't believe she makes beauty videos anymore, but this is the Essentials palette. So we have face shades in here, which I know I've said 1,000 times, I don't love face shades with eyeshadows, but I can see that this would be like her perfect palette. I love the tone over here in this shade, and I think the colors in this one are really pretty. This is the Untamed palette. I don't think this one is available from Sigma anymore either. I always keep the inserts that Sigma sends in these palettes or that they include in there because I think they're so pretty. But here is the Untamed palette. I love this one. I think this is such a good palette from Sigma. It's so fun and it's colorful and it's different, and I really love that we get like a matte cream and a matte black. I think that makes it so versatile. I really love my Untamed palette. This is Bare Bliss from Sigma. This is a pretty neutral mauve color story. It has more neutral shades than the new Mod palette does. And I don't think this palette is around either. I think this was like a very limited run type of palette, but it's so pretty. I'm happy to have it. Let's look at Corda Rosa. Corda Rosa is absolutely beautiful. It is such a beautiful palette. I love the warmth in this palette. I love that we have pinks and orangey tones. They also have the mini Corda Rosa, and this is just a smaller selection of shades. So it's all shades pulled from Corda Rosa. Just half, you know, you get it, you could see. So I like that Sigma does those smaller palettes, but I love options, so I love this one. I love this palette so much. I think the shades are so beautiful. This shade right here is so pretty and sparkly and intense, and I love that. Here's another mini palette from Sigma. I showed you all my quads earlier with kind of some of my smaller palettes, but this is Warm Wishes. This was a limited holiday palette. I'm pretty sure this one's not available anymore, but I did think it was a really pretty selection of colors, selection of shades. I thought it was super cute. I really like that one. It has that glittery packaging, but where the glitter like doesn't rub off of it, which I like. Here I have Sigma and Diana Saldana. I actually got to meet her in person once, and she was so sweet, so lovely, so beautiful. I think this is a great palette. She did such a good job with this one. I love that we have these beautiful neutral shades, but we also have a blue, we have like a more purpley color, we have some beautiful shimmers. I love a matte white, I love a matte black. I thought this was a really pretty palette. Let's look at Enchanted now. This is one of my favorite palettes that Sigma's ever done. I have a lot of favorites from Sigma, but I love this one. I was so excited when I bought this palette because I think these colors are so pretty. I love that there's like a matte green in here, and then we have these beautiful shimmers. You can definitely see I have loved and enjoyed working with this palette. It's really, really a great palette from the brand. Let's look at my Disney palettes. I love Sigma Disney collabs. I think they do Disney for like me. like, who loved Disney as a kid, but like, I'm definitely not a kid or anywhere close to that now. So it's just kind of like elevated Disney. I do keep the Little Mermaid box. I bought this palette the day it launched. Like, I had my alarm set to get the Little Mermaid. The same with Cinderella. Let's look at these. They did send me Alice in Wonderland, but these two I bought myself. And I bought the full collection because I couldn't miss it. So Cinderella, let's see. This one launched first. This was their first collab with Disney. Cinderella was a favorite for me growing up, and I just love this. I love this color story. Whoops. I'm trying to get it to stay up so that you can see them all together. I love this color story. I love everything about this one. I love it. Oh, wait a minute. There's another Disney collab. I'm like, hold on. Beauty and the Beast. Okay, I gotta show you this one too. But this was the first time they collabed with Disney. And out of all of the Disney collabs I'm going to show you that Sigma has had, this one is my personal favorite. The next time they collabed with Disney was for Alice in Wonderland. And this is perfect. Like, this is such a perfect palette. It's a perfect color story for the movie. It's elevated. It's fun. It's just, it's so cool. And I love it. Like, I just love it. I wanted to show you these two together because these are definitely more colorful. Like, this Cinderella is kind of like neutrals, half of the palette, color, half of the palette. Alice in Wonderland really went there. Like, it is full-on color with just a couple of neutrals thrown in. I'm going to slide these over to the side so that we can look at Beauty and the Beast. This was the third Disney collab that Sigma did. So opening this palette up, they went full on neutral. Let me put these together so that I can show you all three of these together and not blind you with the light. So Beauty and the Beast, full on neutral with few pops of color, which I thought was fun. I thought it really fit the movie. I love that we had the blue for the Beast and we had these yellowy golds for Bella's dress. Overall, perfect. And then Little Mermaid. Like I said, I had an alarm set so I could buy this one because this is so cool. Now, this palette from Sigma has a multi-chrome and a duochrome, and it's so beautiful, and we don't get a brush. It's the first palette from Sigma Disney that does not include that brush. This one, of course, is full-on color too. I'm like, let me see. Let me get them all fit in the frame, but it's full-on color, which totally fits for Little Mermaid, and I love it. This is my Sigma and Nook palette. So this is a collaboration palette, and Nook, I think, did a beautiful job. I think the colors are beautiful. I can totally see from a makeup artist standpoint the like layout and the design of having your warm tones and your cool tones and then your pops of color. I think this one is really pretty. The quality is beautiful. The packaging definitely fits with that like pro makeup artist style. I totally get that. This is Sigma and Angela Bright. Absolutely love Angela Bright. I have got to meet her in person. She's so sweet and she is so gorgeous. And this palette is stunning. I love Angela Bright's videos. Definitely check her out. This is a gorgeous palette. I love it. Like, I don't even know what to say about it because I love it. The green here, it's so special. The neutrals are special. Every single shade in here is just beautiful. High quality, gorgeous, gorgeous palette. I think Angela Bright and Sigma both did an amazing job on this one. I have, let's see, I have Ambiance. This is a very like golden-y, warm, neutral palette from Sigma. It definitely has beautiful, beautiful gold tones. I have the mini as well. Let me show you this one. I need to take this brush out. I do not leave my Sigma brushes in the palettes because they're great. They're amazing quality. I like being able to use them. So I'm going to take that out and put that in rotation with my brushes. The mini palette, like I said, it's just half of the shades. So they pulled half of the shades, made a mini palette with it for people who don't want the larger palette. And of course, like it's at a lower price point too because it is like a mini, a smaller selection of shades. This is the warm neutrals from Sigma. This one is so pretty. This one definitely has more like pinky red tones, and you do have some warmer neutrals over here. You can see I like the Fool's Gold shade the best. It's like this black with gold in it. It's really gorgeous, but overall a beautiful palette. Sigma, if you have lids that have texture, maybe you have lines, maybe you don't want to emphasize any texture, I cannot recommend Sigma shadows enough. I think you will really love them. They're easy to work with, beautiful shadows. Let's look at all of my Sigma 9 pans. I have a lot of these. I am going to kind of show groups. Let's look at these so I can show you what shades or palettes may be somewhat similar to one another. So let me kind of move some of these to the side so that we can get a look at these. I do think Beachy right here, there's not another 9 pan that I have from Sigma that has these blue tones. I really like that we have these neutrals with the blues. I like that we have this shade that's kind of like multicolored shift sparkles in it. We have a beautiful blackened with like a bronzy gold shimmer to it. That one is so pretty. One of my favorites has got to be this one, Earthy and then Ritzy, because of the undertones of the palette. I love that Earthy has this green shimmer and then it has this more like olivey gold color. It's really, really pretty. And I like the kind of like goldeny undertones that the Ritzy has. So these two right here are my like personal favorites of the 9 pans. Here I have Electric Pink. This one has a beautiful duochrome to it. It's different. It's very like bright in terms of these shades right here. If we're looking at all the palettes, I know like for my whole collection this is not bright, but this does have more fun tones over here. For Rosy, this is definitely more of that like reddened pink, very pretty. And then we have Hazy, which is more of that cool toned pink. So depending on what you're looking for, if you want some pinky mauve tone shadows, depending on your undertone, what you want to achieve with your looks, this one I would definitely say if you're more cool tone and wanting something neutral. The shade Wisteria is very, very pretty though. It has a lot of sparkle to it. Rosy, if you want to have a little bit more of a bold choice in your matte, but still keep it very neutral and pretty. I like that we have kind of the light and the more bold shades. And then over here, if you want something to have a little bit more fun and something different with your pops of your shimmer colors. Spicy is definitely going to be some kind of warmer neutral shades. You have a little bit of those like reddened undertones, a little more of like the peachy, warm undertones. And then for jewels, I love that they gave us some jewel tones in the shimmer shades. I think that's super beautiful. I love that we have more of an orange muted neutral matte and a purpley reddened kind of neutral matte. I think this one is super, super beautiful as well. Let's look at my Blend Bunny palettes. I pulled my Blend Bunny Finn, but I think there's some other indie brands mixed in here too. This is Longing, 24 tragically beautiful shades. I love it. I love how dramatic that is. These are beautiful colors. This is a very cool toned palette. All of these shades lean very cool, but it is stunning, stunning quality. This is Lure. I know that Blend Bunny has recently discontinued and brought back some palettes, so I am not sure exactly which ones they've gotten rid of. Like I said, pretty recently and kind of updated some things. This is a gorgeous, gorgeous palette. The shade Pearl up here is so stunning. I love it. This is very colorful, very fun, very fun. I have a collab here. Let's see. This is the Lens collab. This is such cool. Like they kind of like, you see it's like a magnet, they stick together. But this was a collab with Lens and then a collab with Glisten as well, because there were some other products that launched. This is a very, very matte palette, mostly matte shades with 2 shimmers, but they're so pretty. And then there was also a cake liner palette. So I know that this is not eyeshadows, that it's cake liners, but I keep it with my eyeshadow palettes. I think it's so cool and fun and different. And for size, let me show you like maybe a size reference. It is a little bit larger than this size from Blend Bunny. This one is really pretty too. I know that the owner of Blend Bunny said that this palette, actually they designed like talking with their dad and the color story, and it had like a lot of significance. And I just think that's really cool. I love to hear when there's like stories behind palettes and inspiration. And I know that, yeah, Blend Bunny mentioned that this was done and it was like inspired by her father. I'm sure the post is still up on social media, but I think it was really sweet. So if you want to check that out, I think that was really cool. This is very like, I don't know, I see kind of the up and down, like with the way the mattes and the shimmers are placed. It's a fun color story. It's kind of wacky and different, but I like wacky and different. I love, love, love Blend Bunny. This is the Surge palette. This was actually the first palette that I ever tried from Blend Bunny. I bought this palette, I believe it was their second palette to come out, and it made me fall in love with the brand. I did not love all of the shimmers in here. This one is very like putty-like, but I loved the mattes and I loved some of the shimmers, and I just fell in love with the brand after that. I ended up going and buying the first original palette, the Blends palette. This is the palette that kind of like, it was the launch product for the brand, and it's amazing. This is the best matte rainbow palette I have in my collection. I cannot recommend it enough. This is the Dollhouse. This is one I think that they've gotten rid of. This was kind of their take on a neutral palette. The neutral shades in here are quite cool in undertone, and this is really, really pretty. I really, really like this one. A lot of these shades in this row look exactly the same in the pan, not swatched out. So we have a dark warm brown, a dark purple, a black, a dark cool tone brown, a burgundy, and a deep cooler green shade. We have Primal. Now that I say it, I'm like, ooh, was Surge the second palette or was Primal the second palette? I feel like Primal was the third palette, but I may be wrong. They were playing with their format in this one, doing like a large black and a white, which I think would be perfect for makeup artists. And I really like having a black white in a palette. I think it just makes things so versatile. This is the All Done Up palette. This was another neutral palette from the brand, or their take on a neutral palette. It's like neutrally leaning colors. That makes sense, right? That makes sense to me. It's so beautiful. These are some of my favorite shimmers from Blend Bunny. They're very sparkly and intense, and I think they did such a great job with these. Let's look at this one. This one is the Little Miss She Never Misses Donna Darkwood's palette. This one is really pretty too. So this is another collaboration palette, different undertones, and these are all deeper leaning shades, so you don't really have a lot of light colors. You do have some here at the bottom, but they're not super, super light, whereas you do have beautiful mid-tone shades here. Let's look at the Ellis Atlantis. So this was the first collab. We talked about the collab that they had this year way earlier, but let me show you their first collab. This is a massive, massive palette, really beautiful. I like that we have these kind of iridescent topper-like shades here in the middle with the rainbow colors. I love the undertones up here of these shades. I think they're so beautiful. And then we have a great selection of neutrals down here at the bottom. Let's talk about these palettes from Blend Bunny. I have Sickly Sweet and Sugar and Grunge. So Sickly Sweet was discontinued. This was a holiday palette for Halloween. Fun candy vibes is what I get from this. Like, it's so cool. You see the cotton candy with the skull print right there on the packaging. And then it's like Blend Bunny's pastel palette. So they discontinued this palette, but they redid it, repackaged it, kind of got rid of some of the shades and brought back the Sickly Sweet palette. So I bought the new and updated version because I do like to be a reference for you. I like to do comparisons for palettes, and I did want the new palette so that I can have what's currently available for reference. Of course, I'm keeping my older one, so you can see they simplified. I bought the new one. This is the one that is currently available on their site. So I wanted to show you those side by side in this video. Of course, the new packaging also feels really nice and luxe. Let me show you now the Sugar and Grunge, because this one was also discontinued. There was apparently an issue with the naming or something. I don't know, but this is a beautiful palette, and I'm so happy that Blend Bunny brought it back. It's called Sugar and Spite, which cracks me up. Again, with this one, just like with Sickly Sweet, it's kind of updated packaging. They redid the layout a bit, really great. I bought this one. I was like, I don't have this one, but I need to buy the new one so that I can be as helpful to you all as possible, and that if I'm doing comparisons or you're asking about a palette, I'm referencing like the current one and I have the old one. I've got some more indie palettes to show you. Let's look at Metamorph from Arttitude. This, whoops, I'm like, let me get it open. This is a beautiful, beautiful palette. This is such a pretty color story. I think it's so fun and different and just so many different pops of color that are really gorgeous. This is Urban Neutrals. So this palette launched alongside, let me show you, Vintage Neutrals. So I can show you these two together. Urban Neutrals having this very like cool tone color story. We have some neutral shades along with some beautiful color. And here we have Vintage Neutrals. This one is super pretty. We have very, very bright shades. We have some kind of fall, more like deeper saturated colors here with the bright pops. Really beautiful. The shades in here are gorgeous. I really enjoy both of these. Of course, this one is my personal preference. Like it's the one I gravitate towards most. Maneater is my favorite palette from the brand. I just love this color story. I think it's so fun and interesting and different. I love this. I think the shades in here are gorgeous. The quality is gorgeous. I really love everything about this one. Arttitude Cosmetics is a really, really cool brand. They are based out of the UK. They do ship worldwide though. I have a huge stack of BellaBeauteBar palettes here. This is recently de-influenced. I love this color story. I think this is so beautiful. This is a great palette from the brand. Like no notes on the color story. I think it's perfect. Then I have Vamp. Vamp was a launch last year from BellaBeauteBar for the like Halloween season. I love this one. I do have a full video on this palette. We have some beautiful holochrome shades. We have beautiful multi-chromes. It's gorgeous. I think this is such a fun take on a vampire themed palette. This is Realm of Fairies. This is a collaboration with Sassy Fairy, who makes beautiful, beautiful content. This is a cool toned, colorful palette, very wintry, very beautiful. My camera is like, look at all that sparkle. It's hard to pick up the shades with this background, but it is such a pretty palette. Let's look at this one. This is Basic Witch. This is a color story that I absolutely love from BellaBeauteBar. I love this. I think it's so fun. I've talked before about having like a love for the Halloween-y themed palettes, witchy themed palettes that have these fun color stories. The shades, the undertones, everything is beautiful. I love, love, love these like holographic shades. I think they're so beautiful. This is a collaboration, Celestial Garden, between M. Jones 5018. Love, love, love. Definitely follow them over on Instagram. This is an older palette. M. Jones is actually the owner, the creator, the founder of Different Cosmetics now, and this palette launched before they had their own brand, but this is really pretty. We do have the cake liners down here at the bottom. This is Ultraviolet, a collab with Deandra Nicole. Definitely go follow Deandra Nicole on Instagram as well. Super cool content, beautiful, beautiful purple palette. Beautiful color story. I do have a video on this one. This palette right here is Poison Garden. It was my favorite palette, like my favorite palette of the year last year. It was #1 in my rankings. The color story is perfect. The quality is perfect. These are magnetic pans, so you can move them around, put them in other palettes if you want to. It's a perfect palette. I mean, it was the best palette of the year for me in 2024. Let's look at Ocean Jewel. Wait, did Ocean Jewel launch this year? Why do I have it with my palettes from last year? I need to make sure. Y'all, this launched this year. Look at this beautiful color story. I just checked. I would have been so mad at myself if I had left this out of my palette ranking, because I have this put in with my BellaBeauteBar palettes, but I don't have this put in with like my 2025 palettes. So I'm so glad we're doing this video, and I'm so glad I caught that. It's a beautiful palette launched earlier this year. This is the Dead Roses palette. Also a beautiful color story. I love the kind of anti-Valentine's Day feel that BellaBeauteBar did with this collection. I think that was really cool and fun and different. I want to show you, okay, these two kind of launched together. So we have the Melted Mattes palette. This is all matte shades, and we have neons and we have neutrals together. I think this is really fun. The quality of these neons is great. And then they also launched this palette at the same time. This is the Molten Chromes. So I thought it was really cool to do an all matte palette and then have a companion palette aside. We've seen some other brands do that. BellaBeauteBar has done that. And I think that is a great way to like let your customer choose, and then you can kind of rearrange and like mix and match if you want to do that. I think it was a cool concept. I really like the quality of both of these. I've got a few more palettes. This is Angles of Illumination 3. I love this one. This is full of like duochromes, really beautiful, different textures, different finishes. Strange and Unusual. I love this one as well. I actually have the newer updated version. I went and bought it because this is one of my favorite palettes. So when they kind of reformulated to put this in and make it their newer formula, I went and bought it immediately. I actually need to put this one with the older formula up and just have the new one. This is The Sun and the Sea. This is a beautiful color story that has a lot of blues and purples, but also those really warm neutrals. So pretty. This is a collab with Lexi LALA. I got to meet Lexi several times now. She is so kind and sweet and beautiful. It's the CEO of the Rainbow palette, and this is so perfect. Lexi creates the most beautiful, intricate looks. Definitely go check her out. So pretty. This is the Angles of Illumination when they kind of brought the palette back revamped. It has a lot of like shimmer, special duochrome, multi-chrome shades. Super pretty. Really liked the shade Luminescence specifically. And then we have Bejeweled. I think Bejeweled was a really cool launch because it is all deep jewel tones. So if you are having a pastel palette and you want something beautiful to pair it with, I think this is perfect. If you don't like light shades, if you don't want light shades, this is a perfect palette. I thought it was fun to have something that was all kind of deep, dark, super duper, like saturated and gorgeous. Looking at my Clionadh collection, I do have my singles stored with my Clionadh palettes, but this is not about single shadows. This is about palettes. But I figured I would go ahead and just show you really quick since they're all out. I do love Clionadh. I've been buying and collecting for so long. Here are just some more Clionadh singles. I love Clionadh, like I said. So I have a ton of singles, and that's mainly what the brand does, but they do have some palettes. I showed you their palette that launched this year a little bit earlier, but let's look at Light Scatters. This is a collab with Millie, who is Bad to the Brow. A beautiful, beautiful palette that she did. This is a white and a black quad from the brand. Oh, it's upside down. Let's see. So there is the black quad right there, and I will show you the white quad too. They do have these on their site, and I think it's such a great way to like test out and try Clionadh. They're super sparkly, super special, gorgeous formula. This is the Dragon Fruit palette. This is a collab with Emily Violet Marie. I love this palette. I think it's absolutely gorgeous, perfect, beautiful collection of colors. Like, we have beautiful, vibrant shades. And the Deep Sea Treasures palette. Now, I know the Dragon Fruit and Deep Sea Treasures, you can buy the shades individually as well, or in a palette, depending on like what you're looking for, what you want. I love having them in the palette form. I pulled a bunch of my mini palettes. Let's go through these. I have quite a lot. This is actually a collection of singles from Fantasy Cosmetica. This was part of their Lost Library collection. Really beautiful neutral singles. I think these are so gorgeous. I have my Kaleidos quads. Let's look at these. These, I don't know, do they have names on them? Yes, Twilight Rush. This one is Twilight Rush. It is more purpley, pretty colors, very cool tone. This is Flowing Haze. This is very similar-esque type of color story, but a little less gray. Let's see what we have here. This is Glowing Iris. I'll put that one. That one's more colorful. That one's full-on purple. I have Venus Trap right here. This is cooler tone neutrals as well. I don't have a name on this one. I think this is maybe like Cold Brew or something. It's in the lace packaging. I don't have a name on this one either, but this one is like a black and silver quad right here. Kaleidos makes amazing eyeshadows. Their formulas are so good. I wish they would come back with another fun palette, but we do have these quads that are all very cool toned. I have a few quads here from Gang Beauty. Here we have Senna. I like these warm shades. I think they're so pretty. Rose, this one is mints and warm tones, really pretty. And then we have Maria, that is blue and yellow and neutral. I think these quads from Gang Beauty were super duper cute. I know that quads, you just don't have a lot in terms of color selection, but I think that they managed to make cute color combos in 4 shadows. I have a bunch of palettes from Jolie Beauty. I bought, let's see, this one first. I bought the Sorceress palette, and really fell in love with the brand after this one. I thought this was gorgeous. This launched so many years ago. It did have some pressed glitters, but I do think for pressed glitters, these were really nice. I really loved these purple and green tones. I thought that was so fun. This is, I'm trying to think, which one was next? I don't remember. Let's just look at all of them. It doesn't matter. We're going to see them all anyways. This is Ethereality. I really love this color story too. We have some beautiful, beautiful purple periwinkle shades, beautiful greens. Really fun. Jolie Beauty does these large style palettes and they really like take it there with color and themes. This is Vampirism. This one is also a beautiful color story. I love these yellowy, orangey, murky tones paired with the cool tones. I think that's really fun. Like I said, I love their theming. I think it's just fun to me to have these like big palettes and be able to mix and match everything. Their newest palette, at least at the time of filming this, is Ozzy Osbourne. I just recently got this one. I have not been able to play with it yet, but I'm really excited to do so. This has red and warm tones and yellows, and I think it's so cool. It's so pretty. The textures in here look gorgeous. Like these shades down here, I cannot wait to get on my eyes. I think this is such a cool design and layout. I'm really excited to play with this one. This is Sirens. This is so cool. Look at this. This is such a siren color story. This is such a siren theme. I love how dark and grungy and fun it is. I'm really, really into this one. I think it's super pretty. I have Tainted. This one launched earlier this year, I believe. Or was it last year? I don't remember. Tainted. Okay, so this one is like a Valentine's, anti-Valentine's Day theme love type palette. I think that one's so cool. I have Spellbound. Spellbound, I think, launched last year. This is a purple, blue, green color story. Kind of cool tones over here. Jolie Beauty really likes their cool tone palettes, and they really like these like fun color stories. This is Zombified. This palette I bought and I thought was so cool because there's so many neon shades. Like it's a full-on neon palette with a white and a black. So you have some versatility there to create depth if you want to mix the black with some of these shades or even lighten them up with the white. Let's look at some of my Cosmic Beauty palettes. Some of these are quite old. Some of these are newer, but we did talk about the ones that launched this year already. First, I have Serenity. This was my first time ever trying the brand and I fell in love. This is still one of my favorite color stories that Cosmic Beauty has ever done. It's so fun. It's inspiring. I love using this palette and creating looks. It's just absolutely gorgeous. After that, let's look at this one, 'Tis the Season. This was the holiday launch last year. This is a fun color story. I love that we have the red and the green with lots of other fun options. I think it's really, really beautiful. I get the inspiration. I love creating with this palette. Over here, let's look. This is the Neutrals. So Neutrals, and then I have Culturals, and I do have a video on both of these. But Neutrals, I'm sorry, I'm trying to say it correctly. This definitely has more neutral and warm with some color thrown in. So we definitely have like the beautiful yellowy shades. We definitely have the cooler olive shades. Really beautiful. This is a gorgeous, gorgeous neutral palette. One of my favorite neutral palettes in my collection. And then we have Culturals. So Culturals is really blue based with some cool neutrals thrown in, but it's definitely not like neutral, although we do have some of those shades in here. It's kind of half more blue, very, very like cool tone gray type of blues. One of my favorites from the brand too is Undergrowth, and you can probably see why. I love having these murky, swampy greens. I love having the greens with the yellowy undertones. I love that we have olives. I love that we have some oranges down here that are very like desaturated. This is just a very, very me type of palette. This is Gothic. This is their only smaller palette like this that they have, or maybe that I have. Maybe they did some before I discovered their brand, but I really like that they did this smaller palette. I like this collection of shades. I think it's really pretty. It's more of a monochromatic type theme, which is not something they normally do. This is Delicious Delights. Delicious Delights is their pastel palette. This one is really beautiful. I love that they went for the pastel theme, but also gave us like a deeper purple in case we wanted to incorporate something darker and deeper into the look. Here we have Smolder. This is a cool tone palette. This I would say is more of the cool tone neutrals because you do have a lot more neutral shades, but we do have some pops like the pinks. We have beautiful multi-chromes. So you definitely still get some variety in this palette. You don't just have to create neutral looks if you want to take it more colorful, but primarily it is a more like sultry neutral palette. This is Muse. This one I'm pretty sure was the second palette that I tried from the brand, and I love this one too. This one is definitely more like muted colors with a few pops. We definitely have some kind of like desaturated tones. Really, really pretty though. I like the variety and the options in this one. Sinister was a mystery palette, part of a Halloween box. I think this was a mystery palette, yeah. This one launched. It's really beautiful with these red and these purple and these cool tones. Definitely a more cool tone palette. I think it was a fun theme. I really love this sparkly, beautiful black shade. And Winter Wonderland is another favorite from the brand for me. It is very blue and purple, but there's something so special about all of these shades. This multi-chrome is gorgeous. This shimmer shade is gorgeous. Every color in here I think is beautiful, high quality. Exactly how it looks in the pan is how it translates to the eyes. Like it's pigmented, it's blendable, it's buildable. Cosmic Beauty I love, and they have a really great price point. This is another UK-based indie brand, but of course they do have a warehouse here in the US too. I've got a big pile of palettes here of just mixed brands that definitely need to be sorted through and organized. So we'll just kind of do that together. We'll go through these palettes. We'll look at these. I have a few palettes here from MAC. This is when they collaborated with Stranger Things. So this was the Hawkins palette. I thought this was really cool. They did like a Hawkins and an upside down. So we have that one. That's the Hawkins palette. This is the upside down palette. I thought these were cute from MAC. I was excited to see MAC doing something fun. Also, I bought the Black Panther collab that MAC did. This one also had some fun shades, some different type formulas. Not my favorite formula from MAC, but I was really excited about this collection. Here, okay, here, I have a couple of palettes here from Divaroon. This is, we'll do Dewdrops first. This is Dewdrops. It's a mini. It's a collection of like single, sparkly, special, beautiful shades. And then Dewdrops 2 has more sparkly, special, single shades. I really love the highlighters that launched with these collections. I think they're so, so good. I have some Electrum Cosmetics in this pile. This is such a pretty palette. This was a collab. This was Witchery, the Ascendant palette with Electrum. I have Blood Moon. This one launched last year, and I think it's beautiful. I really love this color story. I really love the formula. The shadows are so intense and pigmented and just gorgeous. I love this palette. This is the Sea Witch palette. It is beautiful. I really, really like this one. I love the shimmer shades, especially. The mattes are good too, but the shimmers are stand out. This is the Heartbreaker 2. I do not have the Heartbreaker 1, but this is a collection of beautiful, shifty, shimmery, sparkly shades, and I believe Electrum Cosmetics is all hand-pressed shadows. This is the Midnight Moth. This launched last year. I really like this format from the brand. I love that they have mattes and shimmers. I think it's so special, stunning, beautiful, beautiful palette. This is the only palette from the brand Get Stoned. This is a beautiful collection of shades. These are shimmers with a lot of sparkle. We do have one duochrome right up here, but these are just beautiful, beautiful, sparkly shadows. I have an Unearthly in this pile. This is Night Terror. This launched in a mystery box. I can't remember if it was the end of last year or the beginning of this year, but it's really pretty, kind of like haunted house theme. I think that's a super pretty color story. I need to put that with my Unearthly palettes. Let's look at these from DeDe's Signature. This is the Neutral Wonder. This was a palette that really caught my attention from the brand because I think the color story is just really stunning. I like this one so much. I'm not sure if this is permanent to their line, but I do know they redid a couple of their other palettes, and I have those. So I did have the originals and then got the replacements for them. So this is the Classic Autumn palette. I love this color story too. So beautiful, so intense. I'm so into it. And then Jingle Bell Ruby palette. This one is definitely a fun holiday themed palette. Like I said, I had the original and then they updated, I think, either the packaging and formula, and this one is so pretty too. I have, let's see, last in the pile, I have 2 palettes from Divaroon. This is a collaboration palette. Let me see. This is curated by M. Jones, so the owner, but this one is the collab Basket Case Beauty. These are both very pretty palettes, very pretty color stories. We definitely have our cool tones over here and our more fun shades over here with a lot of color. Both of these are really beautiful, great palettes. I've got some palettes here from Lethal. This is the Dexter palette. I had to buy this one. I loved the show. I had, like, they went over the top with this one, like over the top in the best way possible, giving us the box. I love it. It even has a little clasp. Lethal killed it with this one. I do have 2 collabs from Teresa Is Dead. I was so excited about these collabs. This was her first one. It is Lethal Is Dead. This right here, the Final Girl Body Snatch. Like, this was just so fun. And then we had Teresa Is Lethal. Their second collaboration. Trying to get that one open. Definitely had some fun colors in these, and I also think that the 2 palettes do pair really well together. So I'm going to set those over here, and we are going to look at my Avatar palettes. Let's lay them all out together. I have the collab Avatar The Last Airbender. I bought the full collection when it launched. This is, which one? The Last Airbender. This one's water. Yeah, no, this one's air. Okay, and then we have fire. I bought the Fire palette. The formulas in these palettes are amazing. I have here, this one is water. So air, water, fire, and then last I have the earth palette. So all these green tones. Beautiful, beautiful shades. Of course, I love green. I always love green. I'm always down for a green palette. I do think the air color story is the most interesting. I think that one's really fun. That's the one I've used most. Here I have the water. This is fire. I love this one too. I love those red, beautiful tones. I've got some palettes here from Game Beauty. Let's look at these. I have the Metaverse palette first from Persona Royal 5, I think is the game. This is beautiful tones. Great quality. Game Beauty makes really great quality products. This is the Phantom Thieves palette. Definitely brighter, more intense type of colors. And then the Elemental collection. I think this is a great collection. Like, every shade in here is great quality. I really like this one. This is, let me see, let me flip to see the names on the back. 3 Geo. This one is a great neutral palette. It has some interesting undertones. I think this one's really, really cool. We have this. This is the Dendro palette. Greens, fun. I love that they added in some different undertones with the greens. This one is the Cryo palette. This is a beautiful blue palette. If you're looking for a great all blue 9pan palette, this one is really good. This is the Electro. This one's so pretty. It has a beautiful multi-chrome in it. The shades in here are gorgeous. It is purple, purple, purple. And then we have Pyro. I really like Pyro too. I like that we have oranges and reds and some pinky peach shades. I think for a 9pan, they gave us some good variety here. The quality is really great as well. Let's look at my GlamLite palettes. So this is Ghostface Lives. I really had fun with this one. For cool tone palettes, I think this is beautiful. I did buy, when they did Ghostface Returns, whoops, the palette. This one, I couldn't resist. This is Ghostface Lives. Well, it's Ghostface Returns, but it says Ghostface Lives. So pretty. This is definitely a more me type of color story. I keep that on to try to protect my mirror. But I have a lot of these GlamLite palettes. I've been a fan of GlamLite for so long. I really, really love GlamLite. This is the Garfield palette. This is one of my favorites from GlamLite. The color story is so good. I think this is definitely underrated. This is an amazing palette. Every shade in here is so, so good. I think the quality in the Chucky palette is so good as well. It's very cool toned. It's very deep. It's very dark, but it overall fits the whole theme and vibe of the movie. So I get that. I've never seen Chucky, but Scream is one of my favorites. This is the Frosted Flakes palette. This is such a good palette. I don't think this one is available anymore, but the quality in this one is amazing. GlamLite did such a good job. One of my favorite collections is the, what was the name of this collection? I don't know. Let's go through the palettes though. I keep these. They're so old, but I still love them. The Margarita palette, is that right? Yeah, Margarita palette is so colorful. And every shade in these next few palettes is so good. So the other in the line was the Wine palette. This one is a purple palette. It's so good. It's so interesting. All of the shades in there are amazing. Of course, I love my Dirty Martini palette. It's green. What can I say? With some like neutral shifty shimmers, lots of duochromes, really amazing quality in every shade. And then Chocolate Martini, one of my favorite neutral palettes. I think they did something so interesting with this one in terms of undertone and shades. It's really, really beautiful. Like GlamLite, they had such a good formula here. Looking at more GlamLite, I have my Icy palette. This red one, it's so cute. It's so red. I have to say, I actually love blue Icies. Like if I could have one every day, I would. If I'm leaving the house, I'm definitely stopping to get one. I love Icies. These were very monochromatic color stories, but very pretty. I have the Fresh Prince palette. I loved watching the show Fresh Prince. That was definitely like a back in my day type of show. Love, love, love. I think this is a beautiful, fun, bright color story from GlamLite. They did a great job with that one. Sorry, I'm just like hitting stuff over here. This is the Strawberry Shortcake Berrylicious palette. This is another one that I think is so beautiful and fun. This is definitely older from the brand, but I loved the pink and green color story. I thought it was so cute and it totally fit the theme. One of my favorite palettes from the brand is the Betty Boop palette. This one is so much more than meets the eye. I think because of the red packaging, it seems like it's just a red palette, but you have these beautiful mauve tones. You have this kind of like purpley undertone. You have a little bit of coolness over here. It's very interesting, and it is an amazing formula from the brand. This is the Friday the 13th palette. I get all the villains of these mixed up. I am sorry if you're fans of the franchise. I love Scream. That's all. None of the other ones are for me. This is the Camp Crystal Lake palette. I love this color story. It's dark and earthy and grungy, and I'm here for it. And yes, I do keep it in this palette packaging because it looks like a VHS tape, and you know, I remember the days, be kind and rewind. So I keep the packaging on that one. This was a cool collection they did, the Hershey's collection. This was such a fun, interesting, cool tone neutral color story. I think this is a great palette. I would love to see GlamLite come out with another palette in that kind of color story. The Milk Chocolate palette was definitely a bit warmer, super duper pretty neutral shades. The Nightmare on Elm Street, I'm like, yes, okay, that's the one with the hands. This palette is a really pretty color story. This is a different formula for GlamLite. This is a formula that's a little more hard pressed in terms of shimmer. So these shimmers are my absolute favorite, but I do think these are really great palettes either way. Some of my favorite palettes, actually maybe my top favorite palettes from GlamLite, are the Scooby-Doo Creeps and Crawls and the Scooby-Doo Rut-Row Raggy. I'm pretty sure the year these launched, they were so high up in my palette rankings. The color stories are beautiful. The formula is phenomenal. Everything about these palettes I just absolutely love. This is the Michaela Pot 2. I think it's so cool. She got to do a mini palette with the brand. I actually did get to meet Michaela, and she was so super nice and super kind. So I really like this palette. I really enjoy that one. Let's look at the Barbie palette. This was another palette that had a really great color story, really great formula. I think all of the shades in here performed so well. I really like this one and really like the color story too. The Michaela, this was the original Michaela palette, yes. So I bought this one. This was such a good palette from GlamLite. I thought the formulas in here were really nice and beautiful. It was a fun color story, but the part 2 larger palette is definitely more colorful than we saw in her smaller palette, but I think this one is really pretty too. I like all of the shades in here. I think it's super nice. Rick and Morty has got to be one of my top favorite palettes from the brand as well. Every shade in here is amazing. It's a bright, colorful, fun palette. I love the shimmers. I love the light to dark that we get. I just think they did a great job. They did a really good job with this one. I don't know anything about the show, but I love the palette. This is another Scooby-Doo palette. I do like the smaller Scooby-Doo palettes better. I think the formulas in here are really nice, but I think the curation of the color story in the smaller ones is more me. But this is still a fun palette. It is a large palette, but I think it's really great. The Rock and Roll, the Kiss Collab, okay, the Kiss Collab palette. This one is really pretty. It's very dark. The shimmers in this one are also a little harder pressed. This isn't my favorite formula from GlamLite. I definitely prefer some of the others, but I do think this is a nice palette. This is the Ice Cream something palette, Ice Cream Cone. I remember this is the first GlamLite palette that I bought, and so I treasure it. I thought everything in here was really great. I thought all the shades were easy to work with, beautiful, pigmented, fun. I really like this one. Let's look at my Nomad palettes. I just pulled this stack. This is the Hudson Valley palette. This is beautiful. I thought this was such a fun fall color story. I love the curation of shades. We have mostly mattes and some beautiful shimmers. After that, I have the Royal Europe palette. This one is also super beautiful, jewel tones with these beautiful multi-chromes. I have a lot of Nomad palettes, and I do think this one is super special. I also really liked the packaging. This is the Chicago Speakeasy, and I really like that Nomad switches up like the texture and things of their packaging to fit the theme. I think that's super fun. This one is a really great palette. This is one of my favorites that Nomad has done. I just like the mix of tones that they have in here. And again, I love that kind of like speakeasy chair type of packaging. This is another one that's a favorite from me from the brand. This is the Okavango Safari palette. Beautiful. Nomad Cosmetics does palettes based on themes and locations, or their themes are based on locations around the world. I'm like, let me get that out straight. This is such a beautiful palette. The undertones in here are gorgeous. It's definitely one of my favorites from the brand. I really love that one. This one too is such a cool color story. This was based on Mount Fuji, Japan. I love the color story here. I think they did something cool and unique and fun and different. And I love that the colors inside like kind of go up towards the mountain. It definitely is fun and beautiful. It feels like a painting. Last year, was it last year for holiday? Yes, that they did the Polar Express palette. This is a cool theme too. This is a half blue, kind of neutrally red color story. Very fun, very pretty. I love this palette so much. This is a palette from Nomad based on Iceland. Yes, fire and ice, and I totally get the theme. This is one of my like favorite Nomad palettes. It's quite old. I don't think they offer it anymore, but I love it. Like, I remember getting this palette and thinking, wow, I love this brand. Earlier this year, Nomad re-released some of their palettes. This is America's Parks. I did not have this one when it first launched, so I was super excited that they brought it back because this is a color story that I missed out on. I think it's so pretty. I really am happy they brought these back. I believe they're still in stock at Nomad. This is the Provence palette from Provence, France. Yes, I'm like, Heather, I've been talking too long. I'm sorry if I get things mixed up, but this is a beautiful palette. I think this is such like a muted 90s color story. I said in my video, and I still feel like if you ever watched the show Blossom, like these are the colors, like kind of that, I don't know, they give me kind of those feels. This is the Berlin Underground. This is another one that Nomad brought back this year that was a re-release of an older palette, and I missed out the first time around, so I'm so happy they brought it back because I think it's a really cool grungy color story with a lot of shimmery shades. This is their Tokyo palette. It's a pastel palette full of pastel shades. I think this one is so cute too. It's Tokyo, right? Yes, and I think it's adorable. Here I have their Whistler Snow Lodge. Whistler Snow Lodge. This is a pretty color story too. Lots of like really deep shades that I think is super fun because we do have like everything we need for depth, but we also have some light shades to like blend or to highlight with. I think that's really beautiful. The New Zealand Stargazing. This one, oh, this is a beautiful color story and it has some really beautiful multi-chromes in here. I hope Nomad still has this one around because I think this is a beautiful palette and I think the theme, especially for Nomad, is different and fun and I love it. Let's go ahead and look at the rest of my Nomad collection. I'm pretty sure this is the first palette I ever bought from Nomad, Haunted Europe, and I love it. It's so pretty. We do have some cool tones in here, but the mix of shades, the textures, the tones, everything about that one I just love. This is the Ireland Wild Atlantic Way. I think this is so pretty. This is not one of my top favorites from Nomad, not because there's anything wrong with the formula, but just because I feel like they have some more interesting color stories, even though I love green, and I do think this is a great palette. It has that kind of like velvety feel to it, which is really cool. We have a few kind of like tropical themed type palettes with these beautiful like gorgeous destinations. This one is Paradise Islands. I think this is a beautiful color story. I really like this one. I really like the shimmers in here. They have kind of a like just really sparkly texture that I think is beautiful. I like the mix of shades. I think this was a really fun color story from Nomad. And then we have the Monteverde Cloud Forest. I love the packaging on this one, the design, and I think the color story is so beautiful. I love how we get so many different colors while we still have a lot of green shades. I think it makes a lot of sense for the palette. I think it's super beautiful. This is the Florida Keys palette. So this one, I think not having a black background would make the colors pop so much more, but this is a pretty palette. I do reach for some of my other ones from Nomad, like these two over this one, but Nomad, they're going to give you variety with their palettes. This is the palette that is based in Vienna around Romeo and Juliet. Again, the theme that I love, love and death. So I love that we have the love side over here, the death side over here. I think this one is so cool. Like I said, Nomad really plays around with their packaging, and I thought that was so cool. I love that they're not afraid to like mix it up in terms of size and packaging for their palettes. This is the Ghost Tone USA palette. This one I think is beautiful as well. This one is very cool toned, very cool toned. So in terms of like their Halloween-y vibe palette, I love the one from this year, then I love Fairy Tale Europe, and then this one. But if you are cool tones, this would be your go-to. Let's go through all of my Simply Posh palettes that I have left that we haven't seen yet. This is Aurora Lights. This is a beautiful color story. We have a nice mix of mattes and duochromes. Simply Posh really loves to do this format, and I think it's fun. I think it's really fun. This is the Cozy Cabin palette. They also launched a face palette, but I think these shades are beautiful. They're very muted. I like that we have the deeper tones to deepen things up with here on the bottom. Coastal is gorgeous. This is a very, very coastal palette. I totally get that. Like if you go anywhere on the coast, especially down near the Gulf of Mexico in the US, and you go into any like gift shop, these are the types of colors that I see so much. So I thought that was really beautiful. I have Berry Icy. Berry Icy was a fun berry theme because they really took it there without just making a monochromatic palette. I thought this one was really interesting, and I could see how much thought was put behind this color story. Fairy Tale Fairies was the first palette I ever tried from Simply Posh, and this is what made me fall in love with the brand and want to try more. I love this color story. I think it's so interesting. I thought the layout was so fun. I love the print in the pans. Genuine Gems. I believe this was the second launch from the brand. I did not love this one quite as much because I do feel like they could have done a little more in terms of like light and dark with the tones, played around with it a little bit more, but overall it is a great palette. It really is. Citrus Punch is a favorite. This color story, it's fun, it's summer, it makes me want to sit out by the pool and drink lemonade. I mean, I want to do that all the time anyways, but this palette really just like sells the vision to me. I've got another mixed up stack of palettes here. This is Warriors Wear Pink. This is a collaboration between Sierra Soto and Gourmande Girls, and I love this palette. I love the theme. Gourmande Girls definitely has an improved formula since this, but I will always love this palette with the breast cancer theme. I have, let's see, oh, here's a ColourPop mixed in here. This is ColourPop Hocus Pocus 2. I love this palette. I love Hocus Pocus. One of my favorite movies. One of my favorite movies as a kid, and I just enjoy this color story so much. I do have all of the ColourPop collabs from Hocus Pocus. This is the Twilight palette. I didn't love this palette. I didn't love having these two. Like, I don't want to see them when I open my palette. I wish they would have just done this. I think that's much more fun, but I get it's a scene from the movie. I have the ColourPop Naruto collab. This is a really pretty color story. I think this is a great palette. Everything about this, the quality is good. This is the Legend of Korra from ColourPop. I like this palette too. It does have like that Super Shock formula in here. I think this one's super pretty. The Winx Club palette from ColourPop, the Just Like Magic palette. This is a pretty pastel palette. If you want a great pastel palette at a drugstore price point, I do think this one is really nice. I have some Gourmande Girl palettes here. I just looked and I think we're all Gourmande Girls right now. This is the Nightshade palette. I think this is so pretty. I think this is a great color story. We have Frozen Kiss. This was the holiday palette. Or was it the beginning of I don't remember. It looks like a holiday palette. It's a wintry palette, okay? It's a beautiful muted color story with a couple of more saturated colors. Haunted is also super fun. I think this is really cool with like the murky greens and then the pretty pinks and purples. I think that's a fun color story. I have, oh here, these are a few of really old palettes from Gourmande Girls. This is Ethereal. It's so beautiful and sparkly and fun, along with Radioactive. This is another older palette from Gourmande Girls that is all shimmer, sparkle, beautiful, fun shades. This is Spooked from Gourmande Girls, one of my favorite palettes. I think the formula in here is just so good. I love the embossings in the pan. I love the color story. I think Gourmande Girls killed it with this one. And then I have some palettes here from Klarity. This is the Return to the Sea palette. So this is all light pastel shades, beautiful quality. I have the Lost Kingdom palette. This one I had some shattered shades and then I just made it worse. I really need to clean this up and repress it, but that is a task for another day. The Mermazing palette was my favorite of the three. I think it's so pretty. I also really need to clean this one up. I'm sorry, my camera wasn't focused that well, but it's a really pretty palette. I really need to clean this one up. I really need to organize my ColourPop collection and get these all together because I have a whole little pile of the smaller ColourPop palettes. This is the Mandalorian palette, so little baby Yoda. I know that's not his name. I know he's Grogu, but it's cute. I thought this was a really cute color story. And then, okay, here, we'll keep on with the Star Wars. This is the Darth Vader palette. It's cool tones, but listen, my family loves Star Wars. I had to watch one movie once, but they like it. I love it for them. You know, I love it for them. This is the C3PO palette. I love golds and yellows and browns. I love those types of colors together. This is a beautiful palette. The actual Mandalorian palette is a very cool tone, but I thought this was really pretty. These are the types of cool tones that I can rock with, you know? I enjoy that one. We have the Nightmare Before Christmas palette. I thought this was fun. I really did. I like that they did these like bright shades with the cool tone grays. I have the Sprinkle a Little Magic, the Tinkerbell palette. This one's great. I love this one. I wish they would have kept this one around so much longer because I really think that's a beautiful palette. The Sailor Moon palette, I love. My husband went and got this for me at Ulta the day it launched, so I keep that. I have that great memory. I have the Lost in Wonderland, Alice in Wonderland palette. I like this palette. I thought this was a great one. I know so many people did not love the color story, but I really did. I also love Alice in Wonderland. And then I have the Witching Hour. This was the second palette that ColourPop and Hocus Pocus did together, I think. Yeah, I think this was the second one. I think this is a great little palette. I think it's so cute. If you still have your Friendcation Desi and Katie Dose of Colors collab palette, please let me know down in the comments. This is a beautiful palette. I loved this palette. I treasure it. It's so cool. It's so different. It's nostalgic to me. Like, this is so old. And when I say it's so cool, unique, so different, for the time. Not anymore, for the time, and I love it and treasure it. I have a big stack of Fantasy Cosmetica palettes here. This might be the rest of my collection. This is the rest of my Fantasy Cosmetica collection. I mean, this is Harvest of Souls. This is a beautiful, beautiful color story, beautiful quality. Every single shade in here is so good. This is the Cradled in Ice palette. So this is like a dragon themed palette with a beautiful color story, beautiful quality too. Fantasy Cosmetica updated the packaging on some of their palettes. So I do have the new and updated packaging for both the Rogue and the Druid palette. Here is Druid. This is the first palette I ever bought from the brand. Of course, the newer version, but the first palette, but I had the old packaging, and the Rogue. Beautiful color story, cool toned, great quality. Fantasy Cosmetica really does high quality products. I really like their stuff. This is the Wizard palette. This is beautiful. It has special shades. It has a nice mix of mattes and shimmers. I really like that one. Also really like the Sorcerer palette. This is a really fun color story. Fantasy Cosmetica does a great job of like giving us fun and interesting color stories. I really like their color stories. The Warlock palette is the only palette that I didn't absolutely love. I feel like some of the shades in here were a little bit more tricky to work with, even though I love the color story. The Fighter palette is kind of their cool tone neutral palette, and these are the types of cool tone neutrals that I like, where we do have that yellow on the cool end of the spectrum in there. It kind of mixes things up. But in contrast to that, we have the Bard. So this one is definitely more warm, very pretty. I really love this color story too. I think Fantasy Cosmetica is just such a great brand that makes amazing products. I've got some throwback palettes here. This is Dose of Colors, and I love Sarai. So pretty. I loved this one. This is such an old palette. I have the Makeup Revolution Emily. I love this. So this was the Emily edit. I actually got the Vault collection from Jaclyn Hill and Morphe for a birthday gift, and all of my shades were really great. I just want to go through these quickly. These are so old, but definitely a blast from the past. So fun. These 4 palettes, like, Morphe is under completely new ownership now. They're doing things totally like different formulas, different everything. But I still I keep these palettes for the memories. Like I said, I remember getting them as birthday gifts. So they have really great memories attached to them for me. I have some Glaminatrix palettes here. We're just kind of skipping around because I've got to reorganize. This is Pretty Pastel. I don't know that they still make this palette. The formula here was very fragile. And the quality is great, but that's kind of my only criticism. Fairly Basic is another beautiful palette from the brand. I really love the mix of tones and textures. This is a fragile formula too, but thankfully I have not broke any of these shades. Into the Night is an older palette from the brand. I think this one is so pretty though. I thought it was a fun color story. They did a great job of mixing kind of the shades and the textures, making that really pretty. Sugar and Spice was kind of a different color story. It's very like cool tone with some pops of pastels. Also a very fragile formula, but still super pretty. Just not my favorite color story. This Wrist Romantic though, I thought was really beautiful. I like the mix of texture and tones here. Glaminatrix definitely, like, their palettes don't break quite as easily than newer, more recent ones that I have. And this is a beautiful color story. I've got some palettes here from Klarity. This is the Apocalypse palette. This is such an old palette, but I love the theme. I thought it was so fun. I couldn't resist. I had to buy it. They don't do these big pans anymore, but this palette right here, Clarity Rain, is one of my favorites from the brand. I think it's beautiful. I think the quality is great. Some of the shades may look repetitive, but they do have different undertones. I really like that. I think it's gorgeous. The Forbidden Love palette is another one that is an amazing formula. Every single shade in here is beautiful, performs beautifully. I love working with this palette, and the same with the Angry Leprechaun. I love this color story. I feel like I've raved about this palette for so long here on my channel, and I do love it. I think it's such a beautiful palette. I have the Jaclyn Hill Morphe palette. This was the original palette. I remember being out of town, my sister-in-law bought me one and her one on launch day. So this is the first version, and I treasure it for the memories. I also have this really old palette. This is the 35E. I keep this one too because it's just makeup memories to me. Like, I don't know. It's all shimmer, but I love the packaging, everything, the logo. It's a makeup memory. And of course, I have the Emily Edit the Once palette. So beautiful. Like, Emily, such a great creator here on the platform. I definitely keep this one from the memories, even though it is so old. I cannot let it go. Let's look at my What's Up Beauty palettes. These are great palettes. Beautiful high quality palettes. I love What's Up Beauty. I know I did some new looks with these last year, and I just love them. So that was the Monsoon palette. the, let's see, what is this one? The Geodes? Yeah, the Geodes. This is beautiful as well. These are very soft color stories with some pops of color. Amazing quality. The Dragon's Eye palette, though, I love. Like, I love this. I love the purples with the green shimmers. They all have a beautiful shift sparkle texture to them. What's Up Beauty? I love their brushes. I talk about their brushes on my channel a lot. I use their brushes a lot. Their palettes are so good, though. I've actually taken this one, the Dragon's Eye, traveling with me because it's just so soft and beautiful, and I can create a look quickly. And usually I'm not spending forever on my makeup when I travel, but I still want to do something pretty and me and put together, and I've definitely taken this palette with me for those types of looks. This is the Venice Fling palette. This was a collab between Bailey Sarian and Estate. This was a collab like when she was working with Ipsy, I believe, but I bought it. I had to have it. I have a palette from Juvia's Place. This is the Tribe. I don't think they make this one anymore, but I love this. It has such beautiful like undertones to it. This is definitely one of their best palettes. I have two palettes here from Moira. This is Endless Moonlight. It's a very cool tone neutral palette. Moira makes a lot of really great products. And then this is the I'm Falling For You palette that kind of opens like an envelope. And it's so cute inside with this pinky, like purpley, neutrally color story. Let's look at some of my palettes from Wicked Widow Beauty. This is the Lovesick palette. This is a beautiful color story, and I think this is a good palette, but I do think Wicked Widow does some better formulas, like in these two. This is one of my favorites. This is an amazing palette, the Graveyard Smash from Wicked Widow. I love when they do these 8-pan palettes. I think they come up with really great color stories. The formulas are beautiful, and this one too, the like Alice in Wonderland themed palette. I think the color story is beautiful. All the formulas inside are beautiful. This is really a great palette. I know we talked about some of their newer launches earlier, but these are some of their older palettes that I still really like. This is what did I say? Tales of Terror. I'm like, Trails or Tales? Tales of Terror. I did have one shade Combusted. It is a little fragile, but I was able to kind of press it back into the pan. I think this is a beautiful color story, and I really like this one. I have the I forget what this one was called, but it's like a scissor hand inspired palette from Wicked Widow. Beautiful shades inside, beautiful formulas. I absolutely love this palette. Every single shade is stunning and beautiful. The Crow palette, I think this color story is cool. I think this color story is very cool toned. It is not a me type of color story, but the quality is beautiful. Every single shade inside of here is amazing quality. And the palette that I love most from them is the Resurrection palette. This is a rainbow palette with really interesting undertones. This is a very special palette, very beautiful. I cannot recommend this one enough. Every single shade, pigmented, beautiful, lasts, gorgeous, stunning, love it. This is a Glaminatrix palette. This is Nearly Natural. This one they don't make anymore, but it was a favorite for a long time. It's so pretty. Oh, I've got some Gourmande girls. This is the Peach Perfect palette. I think this is beautiful. I love this one. The quality is great, and I love the color story. The Calvera palette, also very beautiful. I know this had some personal meaning for Christina, the owner of Gourmande Girls, and I think it is very pretty. A couple of more from Glaminatrix. This is You Beauty. This I love. This is one of the first palettes that I ever bought from the brand, and I just fell in love with them after that. I also have their Glamorous palette. I think this is a pretty color story. It's very colorful. It's very intense. It's very beautiful. I've got a bunch of palettes here from Unearthly. I think this is the rest of them. Let's see. Gargoyle. This launched last year. It is a beautiful, colorful, and neutral cool tone color story. The formulas in here are amazing. I absolutely love it. I know Unearthly, like I said, is kind of redoing all of their palettes, smaller pans, things like that. So I'm not sure what's still available, but this is not normal. This is probably, aside from my collab, my favorite from the brand. It's a very me color story. I love the purples. I love the greens. I love the olives. I love the neutrals. I love it all. And Spring Magic. This one is also so pretty. I love this color story from the brand. I did have one issue with my shade Lush, but everything else in here is beautiful, and I think they did a great job on this one. I will never let go of my limited edition Unearthly stuff. I love the artwork. First, we have Thirst. This came in a mystery box for Halloween from the brand. Chilling is a very beautiful purple quad, and then we have Creepy Crawly. I wish Unearthly would bring these back, honestly. I love their quads. I know these have been gone for so long, but I love them. More of their Halloween palettes. I know we talked about the bigger one earlier, but this is 1964. This is very pretty. This is very, like, in the same family as, like, my collab, but maybe a little bit more muted in the tones. The Weirdo, also super beautiful, very grungy, gorgeous, gorgeous shades. I love these palettes. And then So Strange, also beautiful palettes, also quite similar to some of the tones in my palette, but just a little bit different in terms of like depth. Really, really pretty though. This is the Grind palette, a beautiful, beautiful color story. I love the warm tones with that beautiful green. Lure has been my favorite for so long. It's the first palette I ever purchased from the brand. This is the reformulated, updated version. I know that they reformulated that one, and I'm not sure if it's still around, but this is in the dark. I'm pretty sure all of these palettes are gone, so I'm going to move through these kind of quickly, but for me, they just make me so happy. Spaced Out was another fun 8-pan palette from the brand. I love a good 8-pan. I think this was such a cool one. And we have, let's see, the Dead of Night palette. This is beautiful. I believe this one, no, I don't think this one was reformulated and brought back, but this is really, really beautiful. I love Leather and Lace. I think this is a great palette too. This one I know was moved to smaller pans. It's super beautiful. I did have the original, the big one, and we have the bunnies. This was a pastel palette from Unearthly. Again, I don't know if any of these are still available, but I love keeping my collection and the memories and the color stories. And just because a brand doesn't sell it anymore doesn't mean it's not good. This was their original Fall Magic. It is so different from the Fall Magic that they offer now, but I do like this one as well. I have the Strawberry Milkshake back when Unearthly was called Alien Cosmetics. Beautiful color story, really fun, really love that one too. And the Sydney Nicole collab, Hauntingly Glamorous. I love this. I love the colors. I love the shades. I love everything about this one. This is a throwback. This is BH Cosmetics and Carly Bible. I think you can definitely tell that I really, really, really love this one. I'm just realizing I haven't pulled my Kaleidos Club Nebula palette, the collab with Angie. I do have that one. I need to see where I put it. But this is Kaleidos. This is the Escape Pod. I bought the Escape Pod originally, and Kaleidos did update it. So I do have the new one here to show you instead of my old one. But this is the Cyber Bronze palette. Kaleidos has such a great eyeshadow formula. They really do. I don't think they make that palette anymore. This one is the Flower Punk. This is another one that I think was so good and so cool. It's like magnetized on the top. This is a great palette from Kaleidos. This is a beautiful palette from Fluorasis. It's literally like artwork, so stunning. This is lightly pigmented but very beautiful. These palettes from Fluorasis are beautiful too. I do have a short up here on my channel, I think, and in a video using these palettes. These are works of art. They really are. They are lightly pigmented, but you can build them up, but they are for very neutral, kind of very light type of looks. You can also use these on your face, and I have done that. I think they're so pretty. I love looking at them. This is a palette from Flower Nose. This is from the Butterfly Cloud Color collection. I do have a code with Flower Nose. I will pop that up because I think they make some pretty products. These are very like lightly pigmented. You can definitely build them though. And part of the Strawberry Rococo collection, the Star Moon Strawberry, is this palette. These again are like art to me. Like they're so pretty and decadent and luxurious and like over the top. I'm here for it. I really enjoy it. Ooh, I almost forgot their Midsummer Fairy Tales palette. That's another one. Like, look at the embossings in the pan. I don't want to mess it up, but I also want to use the shadows, and I think it's so cool and pretty. We are nearing the end. Let's look at my ColourPop palettes. This is the Disney Villains Misunderstood. These are all old, discontinued. Maybe a couple of these are still in stock. I'll try to point it out if so, but I'll kind of move through these a little quickly. These are old, but I love them. The Mulan palette, one of their best palettes in my opinion. I love the color story. I love the formula. Wish they would have kept that around. Midnight Masquerade is also a fun one. It's like all these Disney ones I want to keep. I think they're beautiful. I think it was such a fun, like, I don't know, I just think ColourPop always does like something fun with these palettes, especially their older ones. This is their Star Wars palette. This is beautiful. This was a favorite ColourPop palette for me for so long because I think the quality is just awesome. The Disney Designer Collection. So this one is kind of a neutral palette for the Disney princess theme. Let's open this one up. This is the Haunted Mansion. I love the ride. I love all the Haunted Mansion movies. I love this. This is Welcome Foolish Mortals, and it is a cool tone color story, very much inspired by the ride. It makes me so happy, and yes, I like to keep it in its box. ColourPop Lush Life. This is a favorite. This is one of their best palettes ever. They should definitely keep this around, bring it back. It's not around. It wasn't around for a long time. This is the Zodiac Kathleen Lights. I do have my Kathleen Lights collabs. They are so, so old. I think this was actually her second collab. Let me see. I know I have Dream Street, her first collab, right here. I'm like, let me pull this out of stack. So there's her first collab. Very beautiful. I was super excited about this. I'm telling you, like, I've been a ColourPop fan for so long. Their Hocus Pocus palette, beautiful. This is one of my favorite ColourPop palettes too. Even if you took away the Hocus Pocus theme, I love the color story. I have the 1111 palette. This one is still around from ColourPop, and I think this is a great palette. This is very neutral. It does pull quite cool on me, but I would say this is more of a straight up neutral palette with some cooler leaning shades. I have the Snow White palette, Dreams Come True. I'm like, let me tell you the actual name, Dreams Comes True. I like this color story. It's very much reminiscent of the movie. I totally see the inspiration, and I think that's a great one. The same with the Beauty and the Beast. I didn't absolutely love this one just because of the shades, but it is very Beauty and the Beast to me. So I definitely get that with the yellows and the blues. The Malibu Barbie is another palette that I really love from the brand. I think the theming is so cute. It's very Malibu Barbie. I love that. I thought it was fun. I have Sonic Bloom. This is another one that I wish ColourPop would just bring back because I think the color story is gorgeous. I love the neutral and the colorful shades. I think it's a great mix. Here I have the Not a Box of Chocolates palette. I think this is a permanent palette to ColourPop, but I'm not sure. Again, I'll try to link everything I can, YouTube shopping, all of that, but this is a really pretty neutral palette. The Perception palette, this was a Makeup Shayla collab. This is such an old palette, but it's so fun and nostalgic to me. Some of their like first collabs they had with I Love Sarah E too, and I loved this color story. I think ColourPop had such a great eyeshadow formula. Golden Hour, this is another one that is permanent to the line, I believe. I know this one is available at ColourPop and other retailers. I love these gold tones. If you want a neutral palette that is gold leaning, this one could definitely be for you. And my Stranger Things palette. This one is so cool and fun. Here it is. I love that we had kind of like the Hawkins side and the upside down side on this one. I think it made it fun and different and unique. I have a few Ofra palettes that I keep because they are friends collabs. So I want to show those to you. This is Hot Mess Mama, who is Rhonda. I absolutely love her. That is her palette with Ofra. I do have the palette that Allie Dawson did, Falling in Love. You know, I absolutely love Allie. I love her so, so much, and I think she made a beautiful palette there. This one is another Allie Dawson collab. I think this was like her favorite shades, whereas this one was her palette that she did. This one was like her collection of her favorite shades. I have my Ofra Samantha March collection. This is again beautiful, very Samantha shades. I have this one. Let's see, this is another Hot Mess Mama palette. I think this one was actually available at Ulta, so I was super excited for her, super happy for her. And which is this one. This is another Hot Mess Mama. She really does super well. Beautiful color story. Very excited for my friends. I really hope that was all and that I don't have a bin of palettes hiding somewhere. That was fun. That was fun for me. I love sitting down every year and pulling out all my palettes, talking about them. It's so fun to me. I enjoy it. I enjoy these palettes so much. I would love to know, what is your palette collection like? Do you keep it kind of minimal? Are you a minimal aesthetic type of person? Do you have tons of palettes? Do you declutter palettes? I would love to hear from you. Let me know. I hope you are having an amazing day. I'm going to pop up some more videos here for you because I would love if you would stick around, but let's talk makeup down in the comments.